Let us pray. Almighty God, where you have called us to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and will promote the interests of our people. Almagtige God, ons bid dat u gedurende ons vergaderings ons die nodige wysheid sal gee en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou en dat u ons sal help om al ons tekortkominge te oorkom en al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikalele ilizwe letu mnabantu balo umusili ukulunga kipondo letu nkose sikelele I Afrika kina abantwana bayo kokele inkokele yau yiniki ikolo I Afrika. All this we beg in your name. Please be seated. Honorable members, before we proceed, I would like to remind the House about some of the procedural arrangements. The amended rules have already been adopted and members are familiar thereto. We will now promptly proceed with the business of the House. But before I recognize the Chief Whip, allow me to wish Mr. Pochenpoel, who is on my right-hand side, a blessed birthday and that he will have an amazing year moving forward. I now recognize the Chief Whip.
Good afternoon, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and I want to extend my best wishes to Mr. Pochenpoel, as well as Mr. Cleophas, whose birthday was yesterday, and Mr. Sassman, who celebrated his birthday on Tuesday. The old guard certainly growing. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I move without notice that notwithstanding the provisions of Rule 21, precedence be given to the subject for discussion in the name of Honourable Van Vogel. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved? There's no objections. Agreed to. I again recognize the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that notwithstanding Rule 163, that the House considers the principle and the finalization of the Western Cape Monitoring and Support Municipalities Amendment Bill B8 of 2023 today. I so move.
Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved? There's no objections. Agreed to. Before we proceed with the subject of discussion, I have a ruling. At this particular time, I would like the Minister Meyer, to please stand. Honourable members, during the Minister's reply to a question on the 28th of 2025, the Honourable Minister said, and I quote from Hansard, "The White House is transactional. They only believe talking to business people. And so for us, this is a real issue. But we believe that our strength as South Africa lies not in panicking, but in consolidating the situation. And unlike the opposition on that side of the House, where there is little brain power, little intellect, the data, the science, and the research has guided this side of the House." The Honourable Member Stoffel noted that the Honourable Mayor's statement, little brain power and little intellect, is totally unacceptable, and inquired whether this remark was unparliamentary or not. When I inquired from the Honourable Minister whether he is willing to withdraw, he responded, "I'm willing to withdraw if it refers to any specific Honourable Member, which I did not," end quote. I have now, Honourable Minister, have had an opportunity to study Hansard and have no doubt that the Minister was not referring to any specific Honourable Member, but was clearly referring to, and I quote, the opposition on that side of the House. It is my view that to refer to members as having little brain power and little intellect is derogatory, and it slanders on Honourable Members' dignity. Accordingly, I hereby confirm my initial indication that the words in question are indeed unparliamentary, and therefore I order Honourable Minister Meyer to withdraw this remark. I so rule.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I accept your ruling. I withdraw and apologize.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Minister. We will now proceed with the subject of discussion, and I recognize the Honorable Van Vogel.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members and the people of the Western Cape, the African National Congress brings this debate to the House today not for political advantage, but as a solemn call for accountability. We are here to speak for the voiceless, for the people of Kraaifontein, Khayelitsha, Nyanga and Mitchell's Plain. We are here to speak for the mothers who have buried their children, for the families living in perpetual fear, and for the communities that have been transformed into killing fields under this government's watch. The Western Cape is drawing into a tide of violent crime. This is not a new phenomenon. It is a crisis that has deepened under this DA administration's failed policies. Every year, when crime statistics are released, our province shamefully dominates the national ranking for murder and gang violence. We consistently have the highest number of police stations in the top 30 murder precincts in the country. This is not statistical anomaly. It is damning indictment of this government's failure. The ANC is here today to hold this government accountable because we understand a fundamental truth that they seem to ignore, that crime is not just a police problem. It is a social crisis rooted in poverty, unemployment, inequality, the collapse of social services, and the hopelessness that this government has allowed to fester in our townships in the rural areas. In 2019, this government launched its much publicized safety plan with great fanfare, promising to halve the murder rate by 2029. 6 years later, the results show that the murder rate has worsened year after year. The Premier speaks of progress that exists only in reports no one has seen. If you were not occupied his high office, we would call these claims what they truly are. The safety plan is a monumental failure, a costly public relation exercise that has consumed millions of rands while our people continue to die in our streets. Let us examine the cold, hard facts from this government-owned documents. During just the first 2 weeks of June school's holiday this year, Forensic Pathology Service recorded 194 homicides, nearly 14 murders per day. Of these, 52 occurred in just 11 priority gang areas, with Mitchell's Plain recording 50 murders and Bishop Lavis 12. These numbers represent human life lost while this government plans failed them. We see this devastating inequality in this government's response. When even people were killed in one incident in Guguletu, where was the urgent intervention from the DA-led government? Yet when gang violence erupted in Mitchell's Plain, we suddenly saw immediate action, rewards for information, deployed of safety resources from the city. This selective response reveals a disturbing pattern of neglect towards certain communities. The Department of Social Development is failing our youth catastrophically. There are over 360,000 young people in this province between ages 15 and 24 who are not in employment, education, or training, left on the sideline with no hope and no future. This government offers empty programs with no measurable targets while shifting blame for prosecution to the NPA and SAPS, as if they have no role in prevention and rehabilitation. They have failed to implement the National Drug Master Plan, and in many municipalities, local drug action committees don't even function. How can we fight crime when we are losing the battle against the drug that fuel it? The Department of Education is failing our children. With nearly 1,500 schools in the province, the celebrated School Resources Officer program operates in fewer than 80. Thousands of learners remain unprotected. Teachers in Philippines need police escort because extortioners storm their schools. This is the reality of education in the Western Cape 2025. Our health facilities are overwhelmed by trauma or violence. draining resources meant for healing and care. And this neglect extends to our rural areas where documents show communities must organize their own safety through neighborhood watches to escort children because the state is absent. The much publicized cooperation agreement signed in August 2024 was hailed as a breakthrough, but it was nothing new. The Saver Cities model was already working in eThekwini while the government delayed for years due to political games. A year later, there's no visible improvement. CCTV cameras in crime hotspots remain broken and useless. The LEAD program, as financial reports show, has millions in unspent funds. It is millions in unspent funds, staggering 58% of his vehicle fuel budget when unspent by December 2024. This government answer is always deflection, calling for devolution of policing powers while failing at the responsibility they already have. Spatial planning, youth development, social infrastructures, these are their constitutional mandates, and they are failing miserably. Honorable Speaker, this crisis is not accidental. It results from political choices. This government allows instability to persist in poor and working class community because it serves the political interests. They consolidate power in wealthier suburbs by fueling fear and divisions, a cruel, calculated strategy played with the life of the poor. We don't need more empty promises. We need a radical shift. We need a whole of a society approach that tackle the root cause of crime, including poverty, inequality, unemployment, and illegal guns. We need this government to stop the blame game and take accountability. The 14 lives lost in Kraaifontein in a single week are not statistics. They are a verdict on this government's failure. The blood is on their hands. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Van Vogel. I recognize the Honorable Minister, Minister Wenger.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, South Africa has no permanent police minister. The police top brass are fighting each other in a broken commission of inquiry. And while the president speaks about an AI revolution, the SAP's CAS system is based on DOS. The National Prosecuting Authority has no succession plan in place and no NDPP identified, and key NPA positions remain vacant. I therefore want to thank the honourable member from the ANC for raising this debate, and we look forward to hearing what her party in charge of the criminal justice system is doing to fix these systemic issues. In the words of ANC President Cyril Ramaphosa, perhaps the political leaders of the criminal justice system should learn from the DA. Last week, Acting Minister of Police, Professor Katalia, stood in Mitchell's Plain and told residents what they already know. There is no concrete plan to stop the wave of gang violence on the Cape Flats. He told residents that they are defenseless. He admitted it. There's no resourcing, there's no implementation, and there's no plan. Let that sink in. A national government that is tasked with leading the fight against crime does not even have a plan to do so. This is neglect. It is betrayal. It is the National Department of Police, led by decades of a succession of ANC appointees, abandoning the people of the Western Cape. The first responsibility for reducing violence lies squarely with the South African Police Service, which is under the control of the national government. It is mandated by the Constitution to prevent, combat, investigate crime, maintain public order, protect and secure inhabitants and their property, and uphold and enforce the rule of law. Former police ministers Bheki Cele, Fikile Mbalula, and the currently suspended Senzo Mkrunu had opportunities to act, and they failed. They failed to plan, they failed to resource, and they failed to act. Worse, shocking allegations have been made about SAPs being hollowed out. Our police to population ratio now stands at 1 officer for every 429 residents, already worse than the national average of 1 to 417. But in some of the hardest hit areas, the ratio is catastrophic. 1 officer for 962 residents. Think about that, Deputy Speaker. 962 people for only one police officer. How can the ANC justify this? How can they look at the mothers of Hanover Park, the fathers of Delft, the families of Manenberg in the eye and say, you deserve only half the police protection of everyone else in South Africa? Section 206 of the Constitution is
Order,
crystal clear.
members.
The Minister of Police must set national policing policy in consultation with provinces, taking into account provinces' needs. Why then has Pretoria decided that the safety of the people of the Western Cape matters less? Even our courts, the very halls of justice, are under attack. In the past 8 months, there have been 8 shootings in or around court buildings in this province. 6 people have been murdered, including witnesses who were there to testify. If our courts are not safe, justice cannot prevail and crime cannot be stopped. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we cannot sit by while Pretoria fails us. Any society that wants to change the trajectory of entire communities must act on 2 fronts: reducing violence today and preventing violence tomorrow. Violence reduction means boots on the ground, taking weapons off the street, investigating crimes, convicting criminals, and enforcing the law with urgency and courage. Violence prevention means addressing the drivers of criminal behavior: poverty, inequality, lack of opportunities, and substance abuse, so that the next generation has a chance of a better future. In the face of national abandonment, the Western Cape is fighting back because we have no other choice through both violence reduction and
Honorable
violence
Minister, are
prevention.
you able to take your seat? I recognize the Chief Whip.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, this is a very important subject for discussion, and this side of the House listened attentively to the Honourable Windvogel when she tabled. Honourable Windvogel is constantly in violation of Rule 40. I'd ask that you please call Honourable Windvogel to order because she is in violation of Rule 40 consistently and as a known constitutional delinquent in this Parliament, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable, please take your seat. I will recognize you. I'll deal with this particular point first. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I'm not going to name any member as yet, but I would want to caution members on either side of the House to please allow each and every speaker the time that is allocated to them in order to participate in this vital subject of discussion that was brought forward by the Honourable Windvogel. I would want to caution each and every member on either side of the House. I will recognize the Minister that the clock was stopped. Are you rising on a new point of order? Let me recognize you.
Nkosi Speaker. Speaker, ndicela ukubuza okanye ukucela uba uqaphele le ngxaki siyibonayo apha kule ndlu yowiso-mthetho yento yoba amaxesha amanintsi umbhexeshi Honourable Bosman amaxesha onke kwezi veki sizibalayo unento yokungathi uchaphazana nelungu lethu ilungu uWindvogel. Ndiyacela loo nto leyo into yoba uyiseliso. Enkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. I will definitely examine the answer, and if need be, I will revert back to the House. I trust that members, in terms of the caution on either side of the House, because we have a speakers list, political parties agree to their speakers and to afford each and every speaker the opportunity in order to participate in the debate. I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Through the Law Enforcement Advancement Plan, or LEAP, we've deployed over 1,000 officers to crime hotspots in the city of Cape Town, has deployed an additional 700 Metro Police officers. They are making arrests, removing guns and saving lives, but this cannot replace national leadership, resources and political will. Our violence prevention programs, though less visible than uniformed officers, are equally critical. Planet Youth, an international evidence-based model, gathers data directly from young people to help communities co-create interventions that work. Over 50,000 learners from 123 schools participated earlier this year. The results show both strengths and gaps, where young people feel supported, where risks begin, and where families and communities need reinforcement. We can take heart from the fact that 93% of learners report feeling safe at home. 84% say they often or always enjoy school, and most are engaged in after-school activities, whether sports, faith-based programs, or cultural activities. These are solid foundations, pillars of safety, belonging, and opportunity that we must build on. At the same time, the data reveals risks. It shows us where young people feel unsupported. The power of Planet Youth is that it gives us the evidence we need to tailor-make and co-design solutions with parents, teachers, NGOs, and government departments such as Cultural Affairs and Sports, Education, Social Development, Police Oversight, and Community Safety. For the first time, we have hard data from young people to guide our interventions, and we will repeat the survey every 2 years to make sure that we keep listening. Planet Youth is about preventing tomorrow's violence today, and it's about ensuring that the next generation does not repeat the cycles of poverty, exclusion, and despair that fuel crime. While we are planting the seeds of prevention, the fruits will only be seen in years to come. But violence is here today. Without national leadership in violence reduction, the cycle of crime will unfortunately continue. The Western Cape will act to protect our people, but we cannot and will not make excuses for a national government that has abdicated its responsibility. Our message to police leadership is simple. Act now. Deploy more police, resource our stations, root out corruption, and restore safety to our courts. To the ANC, you've failed to keep South Africans safe. You've failed to protect the most vulnerable. And in this province, we will not stand by while you fail again. The people of the Western Cape, our mothers, fathers, children, neighbours and friends, deserve a government at every level that protects them and prepares a safer and better future. The DA-led Western Cape is fighting for you.
Yes.
Honorable members, I would want to again remind members that the acoustics in this particular chamber is that our voice, that if we talk, it actually carries all across the room. We will now proceed, and I recognize the Honorable Stevens on the online platform.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance to participate in this critical debate. The growing tide of violent crime in the Western Cape, its roots in social ills, the failures of provincial and national government responses, and the devastating impact on communities, health facilities, and social development programs. Speaker, the Western Cape is bleeding, literally bleeding. Our communities are held hostage daily by violence in our homes, in our streets, and tragically, even in our schools, hospitals, and clinics. Gunshots ring louder than opportunity. Mothers live in fear for their children. Children grow up learning survival, not success. Let us be clear. Violent crime is not merely a policing issue. It is a symptom of deeper structural failures. Unemployment, substance abuse, broken families, poor schooling outcomes. These are the breeding grounds of gangsterism and violence. And what has either provincial or national government done to address these root causes? The truth is far too little. The Western Cape government continues to point fingers at national policing, parole boards, or even the newest term on the block, devolution of powers, while failing to fully use its own powers in education, social development, housing, and urban planning. Instead of building safe and integrated communities, this province entrenches structural apartheid. Instead of meaningfully investing in youth development, it withdraws support from NGOs or turn its back on those already doing the hard work on the ground. Speaker, let me give you one example. In communities like Hanover Park, Kraaifontein, Versantekraal, and Delft, residents have pleaded for holistic interventions, not just more police, but youth programs, trauma counseling, and job opportunities. Yet the response remains fragmented, inconsistent, and inadequate. This is not governance. This is abandonment. And while healthcare workers fight to save lives in overcrowded trauma wards, and social workers carry impossible caseloads in broken communities, the government fails to provide the support they desperately need. These frontline work heroes are left carrying the burden of a failed system. Speaker, if we are serious about ending violent crimes, we must invest in people, in their healing, in the empowerment, and in the future. We cannot police our way out of a crisis that was born out of inequality and nurtured by neglect. I call on this House and on the Western Cape government to stop the blame shifting and to take responsibility. Let's join forces, hands in round tables, and come up with tangible solutions. Our people deserve more than excuses or passing the bucket justifications. They deserve leadership that protects, empowers, and uplifts. And I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stevens. We remain on the hybrid system, and I recognize the Honorable Kasim.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, communities are terrified as they continue to witness people being butchered and killed on a daily basis. The perpetrators of these heinous crimes are not only heartless, but they have also proven not to have any remorse, as they do not draw a distinction between a child, a woman, or an elderly person. They just kill. It's sad that our children in townships are subjected to hearing and witnessing multiple gunshots with every day passing, as well as witnessing dead corpses in the communities. These traumatic experiences will have long-lasting and devastating effects on the psychology of these children going forward. Deputy Speaker, we cannot live in a society where murder is normalized and end up having children who idolize and find criminals as their role models. It is indeed true that this will in turn put pressure on other state departments such as social development, who must now use these resources into endless programs aimed at reversing the psychological damage inflicted on our kids. Deputy Speaker, this government is just losing the fight against crime, and they are concealing the evidence from the public by even delaying crime statistics. As the EFF, we believe that such omissions is not by mistake but deliberate. Deputy Speaker, despite these attempts, it is evident that we are now in a mafia state which is run by gangsters and gang lords. And turning to the Western Cape provincial government, this premier of the province is now quiet about the level of crime in this province, as he has realized a long time ago that his so-called safety plan was a failure from inception. Deputy Speaker, the City of Cape Town law enforcement funded by this provincial government is nothing but an outright failure. Millions of taxpayers' money are wasted without justifiable cause. Deputy Speaker, we were told by the Premier of this province that the sole aim of law enforcement was to curb and to halve the murder rate in this province. However, since law enforcement was introduced, the opposite happened. Murder in the Western Cape continued and is still continuing to increase to this day. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, the time has come for this government of the Western Cape to accept that they have lost the war against gangsters and drug lords. The community of the Western Cape is now left to fend for itself.
Thank you, Honorable Kasim. I recognize the Honorable Dr. Mbombo.
Deputy Speaker, each time I speak on crime, safety, and social ills, I feel a deep sense of shame, quoting some of the worst statistics in the world. South Africa ranks among the highest globally in gender-based violence, femicide, rape, and human trafficking. Unemployment is alarmingly high, particularly among youth and Black African women, while corruption remains rampant. Inequality persists, and what pains me most is that these statistics often worsen over time. Member Van Vochel's debate reminds us that these challenges are a direct result of the ANC's 30-year rule. In this House, the ANC emphasizes that South Africa is not a federal state and that the Western Cape is part of the country. Yet, as a governing party, the ANC sets national policies and laws that provinces are expected to implement. The Western Cape is a microcosm of the national safety crisis. The crimes we face here mirror the broader challenges confronting South Africa. Deputy Speaker, we must ask which ANC policies and programs have brought us to this state of shame. On paper, the ANC policies on crime and safety look good, but in practices they fail. Gangsterism, drug abuse, gender-based violence continue unabated, while inequality, poverty, and unemployment remain unresolved. The ANC manifesto promise, I quote, intensify the war on crime, tackle drugs, organized crime, gender-based violence, gangsterism, and implement a national youth plan against substance abuse. The reality tells a different story. Porous borders have facilitated drug trafficking, with Cape Town becoming a major transit route. Drug use in colored communities rose from 1.5% to 10% between 2002 and 2017. The Substance Abuse Act of 2008, overseen by the National Department of Social Development, has failed in its core pillars. Pillar supply reduction, SAPS faces allegations of stealing confiscated drugs and colluding with criminals. The second pillar, demand reduction, they've reduced the funding to the NGOs to undermine the early intervention. The harm reduction, we have seen the master plan where it has got a limitation to implement the prevention. The ANC also amended the Drug Trafficking and Misuse of Drugs Act to protect the cannabis, despite evidence it is often the first substance abuse youth experiment with after alcohol. Promises on policing are equally unfulfilled. Despite the two deputy ministers of police, there's still no dedicated gang fighting strategy or resources of the Western Cape. Gender-based violence funding is limited, and the National Gender-Based Violence Femicide Council remains underfunded and non-functional. Corruption persists despite lifestyle audits, which is part of the ANC manifesto. Anti-corruption also persists with a ministerial accountability as part of the promises that they even indicate. Speaker, the growing tide of crime and social ills with the Western Cape as a microcosm reflects the ANC's failure. The ANC's legacy is one of false promises, where the vulnerable are left more vulnerable, the corrupt more corrupt, the criminals more free, and South Africa left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mbombo. We proceed via the online platform. I recognize the Honorable Marie.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, turning back the tide of violent crime requires an all-of-government approach. A research document by the Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation, published in 2019, found that inequality, frustrated masculinity, lack of social cohesion, and substance abuse are among the primary drivers of violent crime. Violent crimes are therefore fruits of socio-economic rooted problems that policing alone cannot resolve, but merely mitigate. We need a fully functional government of national unity that will foster greater cooperation between the Western Cape provincial government and our national government. The ANC and the DA are currently South Africa's two largest political parties in the GNU, and who must carry the heavier weight of responsibility of government functions. Speaker, daar's 'n gebrek aan 'n effektiewe veiligheidsplan vir die Wes-Kaap deur die premier en die erkenning deur die nasionale minister van polisie dat daar nie 'n plan in plek is om misdaad in die Wes-Kaap te bestry nie. Dit is teleurstellend en skandelik. Actions to reverse violent crimes in our province must include limiting shebeens or removing them completely from high crime areas, building more rehab centers for indigent persons, and bringing back prayer, religious and moral guidance to our schools and education system. In closing, Speaker, further to this, we call for a return to Christian conservative values and moral integrity and solutions from all political parties to address the violent crime issue. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Marie. I recognize the Honorable Brinkhuis.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the growing tide of violent crime in the Western Cape is not just a statistic, it is a daily reality for our people. Families live in fear. Children walk to school uncertain of their safety. Patients and healthcare workers are threatened in clinics, and social workers abandon vital programs because of gang violence. The roots of this crisis lie in poverty, unemployment, substance abuse, and broken social structures, conditions that criminals exploit. Yet the provincial government continues to approach this as only a policing issue rather than addressing the deeper social and economic neglect. Al Jamaa calls for a holistic response, investing in youth development, expanding rehabilitation and counseling services, empowering families, and building stronger partnerships between communities, law enforcement, and faith-based organizations who already do the work of restoring dignity and hope. Honorable Speaker, crime is strangling development and undermining our health and social programs. Our people deserve more than fragmented and reactive strategies. We must act with urgency, compassion, and coordination to address both immediate safety and the root causes of violence. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Brinkhuis. I recognize the Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, today we discuss a crisis that affects every corner of this province. The rising tide of violent crime is only a threat to our safety alone, but to every aspect when it comes to schools, health facilities, and affects the very social fabric that holds us together. But Deputy Speaker, as the ACDP of the Western Cape, we want to salute and applaud and congratulate the prayer march held in Mitchells Plain Sunday past. An initiative with combined power of churches in a peaceful march. There was estimated over 4,000 people that participated. This was an event saw by the people of Mitchells Plain marching and praying for peace and hope in our communities. The voices of hope and peace raised in united prayer and stood against gang violence, senseless killings, not only in Mitchells Plain, but across the province. The message is clear. Mitchells Plain is not without hope. This was a church initiative, resulted in success when churches united with prayer and offered Almighty God in the name of Jesus, pray the entire walk from the beginning to the end. But Deputy Speaker, let me say, communities is stronger when people stand together. Edmund Burke said the following, and I quote, "The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing." I close quote. People in communities will have to stand together. Government cannot do it alone. Communities will have to come forward and say enough is enough. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. I recognize the Honorable Minister Maynia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If this debate was so important to the ANC, it then raises the question, where is the leader of the opposition? Yeah. Surely he should have been leading the debate, not absent from the debate and absent from this House. Now, Speaker, it's time to face the truth. The violence in our community is not a failure of the provincial government. It's a failure of a corrupt and crumbling ANC. You don't have to take my word for it. Listen to the words of Western Cape Premier contender Naledi Pandor, who has told her fellow ANC members, "We have lost our glory. Let's not pretend about it. The people are looking at us with disdain, with horror, and with shame. The people are looking at us with disdain, with horror, and with shame. And it's no wonder that President Cyril Ramaphosa told these ANC councillors that they have two options: service delivery or death. The theft of billions and billions of rands through ANC state capture has left our country facing a fiscal emergency. And every day we learn of a new case of ANC corruption. The ANC's failure to prioritize economic growth has hurt residents the most, with provinces seeing their budgets slashed and service departments like education, health and social development bearing the brunt of cuts by National Treasury. And the ANC's failure has had real consequences that are felt by provinces as unemployment rises, especially amongst young people, creating the perfect recruiting environment for gangs. But Deputy Speaker, there is poverty in all provinces. There is unemployment in all provinces, and there are social problems in all provinces. So why is the Western Cape specifically in a grip of such severe and senseless violence at the hands of criminal gangs? Why is that? Well, the answer is simple. The ANC has ensured that other provinces are allocated more policing resources than the Western Cape is. Here are the facts. Nationally, the average number of residents to police is 429 residents to one police officer. But in the
Honourable Minister,
spots,
please take your seat. I see the Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 40. It is the very same member that remains transgressing. It's not about being a target. It is about the integrity of this House. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I'll recognize you now. Honourable members, this particular debate and this subject of discussion is very important. I have noted the member that instead of running commentary, it borders on running shouting, because I was very close to actually calling out that member as well. I'm okay if there's talk, because we are still able to hear the speaker, but it literally borders on shouting. And I would caution members again to please respect the decorum of the House. Political parties have submitted names of members to participate in this debate, and we are nearing the end with 3 additional speakers. Chief Whip.
Deputy Speaker, the rules of this House allows heckling. I have not heard yourself as a speaker making a ruling on heckling for ever since this debate has started. We cannot allow members from that side to use the rules to abuse us and suffocate us in interacting. This is a political debate. Let us be allowed to engage as far as we can. You are there on that position to make a determination whether we are right or wrong. We can't be having many speakers here or deputy speakers. Thank you, Speaker.
I'm very much able and capable to do this. Heckling, and like I've indicated, there's currently running shouting. And I will not allow for shouting in this particular House, because we are honourable members and there's a decorum that we would need to maintain. From this particular side, I'm even able to see that when members shout, I'm able to see a certain part of the body, and I can literally see it's a shouting exercise going on. So please, honourable members, Minister, you have 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hope the honourable members on that side of the House start to listen with their ears rather than their mouth. As I was saying, despite the Western Cape being the fastest growing province in the country, the total number of police personnel has in fact...
Please take your seat. I recognize you. You may stand.
Honorable Speaker, I just request you that you're going to have to, as you had said earlier on, do your work to just teach the honorable members. They don't have to demean the other members when they are engaging. They don't have to use insults, because when we stand here and you speak about things that we say in an honorable manner, I think that must be the maintenance of this house, if there should be decorum, because we can defend ourselves.
Yes, honorable members, if I refer to the previous point of order, honorable members, I am speaking currently. If I'm referencing the previous point of order that was raised, there was a clear call for this particular political debate to proceed. I will again apply my mind in that particular comment and revert back to the House if need be. But I will once again caution members not to rise on frivolous points of orders and to allow the speaker to conclude, because each and every party has submitted their speakers list. Honourable Minister, please continue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As I was saying, despite the Western Cape being the fastest growing province in this country, the total number of police personnel has in fact not increased but decreased, and we have just 16,000 actual police officers in our province. The Western Cape has a higher number of SAPS detective vacancies than any other province in the country, with the Western Cape having 902 reported vacancies, while the Eastern Cape, in fact, has 32 more detectives than posts. It's no wonder that the acting Minister of Police, Feroz Kachalia, has admitted that they don't have a plan to stop the violence, saying, and I quote, "The police commissioner and the head of crime intelligence presented me with a plan. They must still implement the plan. They must still resource the plan. The truth is," and I quote, "I don't believe the plan is yet in place." And that from the national Minister of Police. I don't believe that the plan is yet in place. Shocking, Deputy Speaker. It's time to face the facts. SAPS in our province has been deliberately underfunded and under-resourced by the ANC for decades. SAPS have been left fighting crime with both hands tied behind their backs. And the message from the ANC to our residents is clear. You are on your own, and your safety is your problem. Our response, of course, in the Western Cape government is exactly the opposite. Exactly 3 weeks ago, we debated measures that we have put in place to ensure the safety of our children at schools. We spoke about our school resource officers, about our Safe Schools call center, about holiday security subsidies and high security fencing at over 150 schools. We spoke about our behavioral intervention programs, about our interventions to improve school attendance, to keep kids in school and off the streets. We spoke about our district support teams who step in to provide support to our schools when violent incidents have occurred. We spoke about the close coordination with the SAPS and several other measures which we have put in place. But of course, all these interventions cost money. Our department is spending 23.6 million rand this year funding school resource officers from law enforcement because SAPS does not have the manpower to support our schools. If the Western Cape was not being shortchanged in policing, we would have used this money to hire 47 more teachers. So not only is the failure of this ANC to fully resource SAPS in our province costing lives, it's also costing children their futures. We will continue to invest in safety of our school communities because unlike the ANC, we put learners first. It's time to face the truth. When the ANC prioritizes funding corrupt state-owned enterprises, we prioritize service delivery and support to the people. When the ANC cuts SAP's resources in our province, we pick up the slack and fund safety interventions. And when the ANC says, you're on your own, the Western Cape government says, we've got your back. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I recognize the Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape has been gripped by violent crime that tears through communities, destabilizes families, overwhelms clinics and threatens schools. But crime doesn't fall from the sky. Let's begin with the roots. The blood in our streets is not about bad people making bad choices. It is about apartheid spatial planning. Entire communities dumped on the margins of our city, overcrowded, stripped of opportunity, trapped in poverty. And this government, they've not fixed it, they've made it worse, packing more people into broken townships while shielding wealthy suburbs. And this is not justice. This is the apartheid's legacy alive and well. It is also youth unemployment at nearly 50%, leaving young people vulnerable to gang recruitment. It is broken families, underfunded schools, and a lack of mental health and social support. And yet, how has this government responded? With a failing safety plan and fewer teachers in our schools. And every day we wake up to news of a new shooting. Why? Because policing treats the symptoms, not the disease. You cannot arrest away inequality, and you cannot police away despair. Socioeconomic interventions strike at the heart of the problem. When young people have education, training, or work, gangs lose their grip. But if families remain crammed into overcrowded townships, backyard shacks, and informal settlements without dignity or services, crime will keep feeding on that desperation. But here's the paradox. The more we spend on policing, the less we invest in the programs that would prevent crime. The choices before us are stark. Do we keep pouring money into a safety plan that has failed? Or do we tackle the roots of crime with bold, sustained socioeconomic and infrastructure investment? We can police poverty or we can end it. Only one of those choices will break the cycle of gang violence in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. I recognize the Honorable Unkondlo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the debate today remains an indicator of a claim to civilization, a claim of being a civilized people, as continued deprivation of the very people that were deliberately exploited, dispossessed, and dehumanized by a colonial and apartheid rule continue to bear the same brand under a democratic order, most outstanding the much self-appropriated best-run province under the exceptionalist Democratic Alliance. We have a crisis in this country, and worse for citizens of this province, with a party that loud hails it is the best since the last Christmas. But what we are not seeing is any exceptionalism to lead and show the country as the biggest beneficiaries of the apartheid order, how they are turning the tide around the situation with the very speed that it postures with. DA pretends crime in this province exists in a vacuum, separate from the effects of structural racism and exclusionary economic policies that renders these communities invisible. Structural racism, Honorable Deputy Speaker, please whisper to Honorable Wenger, because we're still waiting for Thandi, that she at the time chose not to speak about Lucy, not to speak about George, but to speak about Thandi because of a particular history. That's why her call in this house was saying she will resolve the problems of Thandi because there is a particular history of not John, not Elsie, but Thandi. Honorable Wenger creates and reinforces underdevelopment by creating a system of unequal access to resources, to power and opportunities, resulting to concentrated poverty in these areas we call the townships, and wealth for those that are racially classified as privileged, some of them sitting here in this house on the other side. The education outcomes in the country, and no different in this province, shows and mirror the legacy of the past, where Africans and Coloureds were condemned to inferior Bantu education meant to produce in them cheap labor. 30 years down the line, the very ANC, you deliberately distort its performance in this house, disrupted this trajectory. And today we have Black and colored children accessing education for free and higher education as a clear policy intervention. Interestingly, in this province, the record of the ANC has been regressed by the DA, taking us back to apartheid machinations where the excellence of Black schools like Fezeka High deteriorated, and the WCED failing to invest in mathematics, instead allowing our black kids to flood in maths lit, whilst little is done drastically to roll out STEM subjects, as we saw during ANC times, and Mandela to get private sector, including the likes of Mark Shuttleworth, who were even able to adopt township schools and equip them with tools to increase their excellence in maths and science. The current education outcomes in this province, and generally responsible for the poor labor market participation of the African and colored economically active individuals. The DA has made a claim that they prioritize merit than employment equity as a deliberate policy to correct these structurally racialized labor market distortions. The bias of the labor market in South Africa to white males is no accident of history, but is an engineered legacy of Jan van Riebeeck, of the 1910 Union of South Africa Pact, of the 1948 Republic of South Africa, of the Nationalist Party, that the once Democratic Party, now Democratic Alliance, has chosen in the democratic dispensation to relive and use to drag the very voters that gave them power to rule, furthering the democratic project of 1994. History will judge you harshly. Honorable Speaker, crime is not randomly distributed across this province. It is concentrated in 11 police precincts, all of them working class townships and formal settlements where poverty, joblessness, and inequality are rife. Speaker, many in the DA are denying a well-established fact that there is a direct link between poverty, inequality, joblessness, and crime. This is not a slogan, it is evidence. As far back as 1950s, American criminologist Robert Merton argued that when people are denied the opportunity to achieve success through education, decent work, and upward mobility, some may turn to crime as an alternative means of survival. What Merton said in the 1950s is the daily reality in the Western Cape in 2025. The evidence is overwhelming. A Scottish study in 2022-23 found that 31% of people entering prison came from the 10% most deprived communities, compared to just 1% from the wealthiest. In the Western Cape, this reigns true. It is even starker. Our prisons are filled almost exclusively with the poor from Kraaifontein, from Mitchells Plain, from Manenberg, from Khayelitsha, from Gugulethu. You will not find wealthy suburbs represented there. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let me remind this House of what was said earlier. We have a crisis of over 360,000 young people between the ages of 15 and 24 in this province that are not in education, employment, or training. 360,000 lives trapped in hopelessness. Where are the programs to bring them in? What is the growth for jobs doing? Where is the safety plan that was sold to our people as a panacea? It is not there. Every year, Pero and Mero point out these glaring failures, but there is no appetite to fix them. Honorable Deputy Speaker, if we are to reduce violent crime in this province, then the DA must abandon its politics of denial and invest seriously in tackling poverty and inequality. Until then, every statistic of murder, every prison cell filled with the poor, and every community terrorized by gangs will stand as an indictment on the DA's role. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Unkondlo. I recognize the Honorable Minister, Minister Mayor.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I rise in this debate with a heavy heart and with a clear purpose to speak to the communities of the Western Cape who are being failed not by chance, but by design. The Democratic Alliance has committed itself to a whole of society approach, a model that unites government, civil society, and communities to tackle the deep roots of social ills that plague our province. It is a model that is built on partnerships, accountability, and innovation. Honorable Member Windvogel is correct that the whole of society approach is the only approach that can work. Honorable Member Andrew Murray is working tirelessly day and night every evening to try to make the Western Cape a safer place, not by speaking, but by acting, walking the streets every single night in this province. By this vision is being actively being sabotaged by the very institutions, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that is meant to support our plans. Let us be frank, like Honorable Minister of Education did here today. The ANC-led national government and the South African police are failing the people of the Western Cape. Minister Wagner and Minister David Mayneer gave a detailed expose of how the ANC is failing to protect the citizens of the Western Cape. And the facts is even more deeper. In 2023-2024, IPID report highlights these failures. Just this year, Honorable Deputy Speaker, 2 SAPS officers in Mauriceburg were arrested for allegedly raping a woman after offering her a lift in a state vehicle. In Fairgrove, Nathan Robertson was fatally shot by a so-called warning bullet during a chaotic police operation. And in Manenberg, Latifa Freeman, a 57-year-old woman, was shot in the head by police while walking to her sister's house. She died after weeks in hospital. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the minister just told me 3 minutes ago, right now in the House, that she informed me that the South African police, 2 police officers were arrested today in Tableview for selling affidavits for 100 rand. This is the rot of the police in the Western Cape and in South Africa. But these are not isolated incidences. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the latest IPID report reveals that over 5,000 cases of police misconduct in the past year alone. Honorable Deputy Speaker, 460 deaths due to police action, 273 cases of torture, and 110 cases of rape committed by the police, an absolute failure by the ANC national government. Honorable Deputy Speaker, how can we trust and build trust with people meant to protect the very same people? They are causing harm. I agree with members who took part in this debate. South Africa is now a mafia state, a criminal state, a failed state. Honorable Deputy Speaker, what is the ANC governance model to deal with this? The Crime Intelligence Division of SAPS is in complete disarray, plagued by corruption, political interference, and leadership instability. You have intelligence leaks, mismanagement of secret funds, and politically motivated appointments have rendered this unit ineffective. It failed to prevent the July 2021 riots in South Africa, and it continues to fail in dismantling organized crime. In the admission, as Minister Wagner pointed out earlier today, the national minister says they have no plan for the Western Cape to deal with crime, no plan to deal with gangsterism. What can we do? Well, this is why the Democratic Alliance and this side of the House is asking, devolve the powers, give it to a capable state. We will show you how to run a government that is capable. We want that power. And that's why I'm calling on all members of this side of the House and this side of the House to support our plan to have a Western Cape Provincial Powers Bill so that we get the powers. Once we have the powers, we will bring safety under the leadership of Minister Anru Mare. There will be peaceful leadership in this province. And I say it is a betrayal of what is happening in South Africa under the
Honourable
ANC.
Minister, I recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I was wondering whether the Honorable Minister is willing to take a question on your removal from Cabinet to be replaced by someone who can't really handle it.
Honourable members, in moving forward, I would want to re-emphasize again, once an honourable member rises and wishes to ask a question, you must first await the chair to request from the minister and not to ask your question. Honourable Minister, you may proceed.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, this is such an important debate for the safety of the citizens in this House. That's why one of my students was sitting in the gallery the other day. He came here with a specific purpose, to watch the quality and the capacity. And I'm not going to comment on the capacity because Honourable Member Gwede Mantashe, he already spoke about capacity. I'm not going to go in that direction. But what I want to say, Honourable Members, I think it is a betrayal of the mother in Hanover Park who buries her son because the ANC didn't. It is a betrayal of an entrepreneur in Khayelitsha whose business is closed because there's looting happening right in front of the police and they are standing by. And I think Honourable Member of Education and the Minister of Health is right. In this province, we are fighting back. We're not going to demand, we are going to fight back. We are demanding accountability. We are demanding justice from the ANC Minister of Police. But achtbare lede, hier lê die hele uitdaging. Die president van Suid-Afrika, die president van die ANC, het die DA nie net geprys nie. Hy het ook die waarheid gepraat. Die president van die ANC het gesê, die DA is die beste, hulle moet kom leer. Ek vra nou vandag met trane in my oë, stem julle saam met die president? Stem julle saam met die president wat gesê het, julle het nie kapasiteit nie.
Please speak to the chair.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I ask with tears in my eyes whether the ANC members agree with their ANC president that there are problems and it can only be solved through the DA. Do you agree? I see disagreement. Thank you very much. Honourable Deputy Speaker, wanneer 'n president die boedel oorgee, my vriend van die Karoo sal dit verstaan. Wanneer jy die boedel oorgee en my vriend van George sal dit verstaan. Die president het die boedel oorgegee. Wanneer jy die boedel oorgee, dan het jy net een taak oor. Want jy kan nie net 'n toespraak maak en daar's hier 'n aksie nie. 'n Toespraak moet opgevolg word met 'n aksie. Die president het die boedel oorgegee. Hier is die taak wat hy moet doen. Hy moet voortgaan na die volgende aksie toe. Die president het die boedel oorgegee. Ek stel voor in hierdie huis vandag, wanneer jy die boedel oorgee in die politiek, dan ontbind jy die parlement, meneer die president, jy bedank en jy roep 'n vroeë verkiesing uit in terme van die voorsiening van die grondwet. It is called a snap election. It's happening around the world right now. People have snap elections. Wanneer jy jou boedel oorgee, dan roep jy 'n vroeë verkiesing uit. Ek vra die president, roep 'n vroeë verkiesing uit. Ons is reg om dit te doen. Agbare speaker, the national chairperson of the ANC said, the ANC are good at singing. They're very good at singing. But when it comes to capacity, he says it is the Lolo. There's nothing. So the ANC councillors, are you in agreement with Gwede Mantase that said the councillors can sing, but capacity, it's the Lolo? There's agreement, Deputy Speaker, that they agree with Gwede Mantase. They cannot afford not to agree. I want to thank members who took part in this debate. I want to agree with Honorable Member Christians that we need to stand together. People are suffering. People have pain. In German we say, die Leute hat Mut verloren. People have pain. And we really ask that we stand together. Thank you for bringing this debate. This is an important debate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable members. Before we conclude the debate, I see the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I didn't want to interrupt my colleague, but I do rise on a point of order in terms of Rule 59(1)(a). The Honourable Kondlo was attempting to impute improper motives on myself by saying that I create and reinforce underdevelopment, and I would like her to withdraw those remarks because I have worked every day of my political career to do exactly the opposite.
Honorable members, before there's probably only 4 members in this entire precinct that did not heckle once, no side comment, no shouting, and I do want to appreciate those 4 members. They know who they are. Honorable members, based on the point of order, what I will do at this particular stage, I've listened to the Minister. A point of order was raised. I will now look to Member Nkondlo to request from her if she is willing to withdraw. If not, I will then study the Hansard and revert back to the House. Based on the comments that you've made during your speech, the Minister indicated.
What comment specifically?
With regards to inferring on her dignity.
I didn't.
With the
I
comments.
Didn't do that. I didn't do that.
Thank you so much, Member Nkondlo. So I will study the answer and I might revert back if necessary. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. We now proceed in terms of Rule 197. And we will recognize the first interpellation. I see the Minister, Minister Bradell.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the interpellation. Honourable Speaker, it should be noted that it is the primary responsibility of the municipalities itself to prevent corruption within its organisation. Notwithstanding the above, in terms of and in accordance with the provincial government functions and responsibilities relating to the monitoring and support of local government, the following measures have been put in place to prevent corruption and ensure accountability. The Minister responsible for local government assesses the appointment of senior managers to ensure due diligence and compliance with the applicable legal framework governing such appointments. I must state that we will never tell a municipality who to appoint, but we follow the legal framework. The provincial government and the minister responsible for local government institutes litigation to challenge unlawful appointments made in respect of senior managers. And this is also something that I'm worried about because so many municipalities is getting these appointments wrong on simple things like qualifications, like experience, etc. Thirdly, allegations received within the mandate of the provincial government are assessed after following due process, to determine if there is reason to believe that maladministration, fraud or corruption or any other serious malpractice has occurred or is occurring in a municipalities in this province. Forensic investigators have been appointed in terms of Section 106 of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act. Honourable Speaker, depending on the nature of the allegations, these are either dealt with by myself, my Department of Local Government, Provincial Treasury, the municipality, or are referred to other investigating bodies like the Director of Priority Crime Investigations, the Special Investigation Unit, or the Public Protector to investigate. The provincial government officials engage with and assist where requested other organs of state with measures to prevent corruption. The provincial government officials sit on the Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum Steering Committee and participate in the forum itself. The provincial government assists municipalities with the development of bylaws, policies, and standard operating procedures. The provincial government monitors and supports municipalities with the implementation of the disciplinary regulations and the formation of and establishment of disciplinary boards. The upcoming training sessions and workshops are scheduled as outlined in the table below. So I've got the table, but just to highlight, Overberg District, 6 to 7 November, the Garden Route, Central Karoo, 13, 14 October, Cape Winelands and West Coast, 21st and 22nd of October. And these training and topics in the training of councillors and municipalities are some ethical leadership and collaboration, strengthening local government for the future. I thank you.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Minister. Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon to the guests in the gallery. I recognise the Honourable Bryant.
Honourable Speaker, I wish to thank the Minister for his very comprehensive response to my question. And what comes through very clearly is that the Western Cape government takes its oversight role very seriously and is leading the way nationally when it comes to consequence management and support for municipalities. The measures that have been outlined by the Minister, from the vetting of senior appointments to the institution of forensic investigations under Section 106, demonstrates a proactive approach that sets our province apart from others in the country. In fact, Speaker, where many provinces have allowed corruption to flourish unchecked, the Western Cape continues to build systems of accountability that inspire confidence in our residents. I particularly welcome the Minister's reference to the disciplinary regulations and the establishment of disciplinary boards. These measures are critical to ensuring that there are clear processes and that accountability is consistently enforced. The people of the Western Cape deserve to know that when wrongdoing is identified, the system responds swiftly, fairly, and transparently. And from what the Minister has said, we can be proud that this government is making that a reality. Can the Minister perhaps share a little bit about where provinces' interventions have already yielded positive results in strengthening accountability within municipalities? Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Bryant. I recognise the Honourable Stoffel.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. As the African National Congress, we want to thank Honourable Bryant for raising the crucial matter. The reality is that MEC Berdel and his department have become the single greatest source of instability in the Western Cape municipalities. His interventions are never about governance. They are political projects to shield DA councils while purging and destabilizing non-DA-led councils. Knysna is a prime example. Under ANC coalition leadership, Knysna have shown clear signs of improvement. Yet, instead of supporting this progress, the MEC have recklessly moved to dissolve the council. The decision undermines democracy, spits on the principle of cooperative governance, And it's precisely why the ANC have appealed to the NCOP to overturn it. And while the MEC is obsessed with the ANC municipalities, he is extremely silent on the rot in the DA stronghold. Take George municipality, for instance. Under the Mayor van Brandes, the municipal buried a damning investigation into the CFO Duplessis over financial misconduct at the Craven Week dinner. A serious offence was deliberately downgraded, hidden in the confidential counsel item, and swept under the carpet. This is irregular procurement, plain and simple. Yet, instead of damning accountability, criminal charges, MEC Bedell look the other way. Speaker, the hypocrisy is glaring. When it is an ANC municipality, the MEC deploy every weapon in his arsenal. When it's a DA corruption, he provides cover. This is not governance. It is political warfare dressed up as oversight. And tomorrow, they will make noise about best run municipalities and clean audits.
Honorable Stoffel, your time has expired.
When
Please conclude.
is that they hide corruption and protect DA thieves. Shame on you, MEC.
Thank you
This
very
province
much,
deserve
Honorable Stoffel.
accountability,
Thank
not
you very,
weaponized.
thank you very much. Honorable members, when I call you to or advise you that your time has expired, please note that I give you an opportunity to conclude your sentence, not to start a new sentence and a comma, and provide you another opportunity to add more time. There's a reason why there's time allotted in terms of the rules. And I recognize the Honorable Bryant.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I must say I admire to an extent the bravery of Member Stoffel in raising Knysna as an issue. We recently were up on an oversight visit in Knysna with our infrastructure committee, and we heard some of the ongoing issues, the number of municipal managers that have been flown through in a very short space of time, the instability, the sewage that is flowing and popping out through the streets. We heard about the dead body just 2 years ago that was found in a municipal drinking water tank. And how we found out recently that the security around that perimeter has still not even been fixed 2 years later. Now, to suggest that the ANC is on the right track and doing the right job is absurd. But furthermore, to suggest that the only reason that the minister is intervening is because the ANC is in charge is even more absurd. The reason the minister is intervening is because that municipality is collapsing. And the fact that the ANC is in charge, unfortunately, is merely a coincidence. Speaker, just on one brief point back to what the minister has said, it is encouraging to see that the provincial government isn't just responding to allegations of misconduct, but it's also actively investing in prevention through training, workshops, and leadership development. It's also reassuring to note that the province continues to play a supportive role by assisting our municipalities with bylaws, policies, and procedures. These practical tools make it easier for our councils to act decisively and consistently when faced with governance challenges. The Western Cape has already distinguished itself as the best-run province in South Africa, and initiatives like these are part of the reason why. So, Minister, another follow-up question perhaps could be, how does your department intend to build on these training initiatives in order to ensure that they have a lasting impact and that our councillors continue to apply these lessons throughout their term of office? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Honourable Minister, Minister Bradau.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, to Honourable Bryant, to be quick, Oudtshoorn, Cederburg Municipality, Prince Albert Municipalities, Matsikama municipalities where we work very closely to support them, to help them because of demarcation. It's poorer areas, so they do struggle. It's not that they're flagship municipalities, but they will keep on struggling. Knysna should be a flagship municipality. It was a flagship municipality. The ANC managed it into the ground. And I've got no gain to getting a well-run ANC municipality. I want DA-run municipalities to be fantastic. So the discipline on DA-run municipalities is much stricter from my side and on ANC run municipalities. There's no obsession to NICE now. We've got currently 3 engineers in NICE now. I can't keep on putting resources into a municipality that there's no gain back to us, because we also work with taxpayers' money. But let me tell them, the ANC, why they fail in a place like NICE now. We have done an investigation, an independent investigation. We found the then mayor, the speaker, and the deputy guilty of fraud, maladministration, of illegal appointments, of breaching the code of conduct, failure to enforce legal obligations under the municipal law, persistence, dishonesty, and misconduct in the court process. That's what the judge said. You know what the ANC did? When that councillor 2 days before the court case resigned so that we could have found him guilty in court, because then he cannot be a councillor for the next 3 years. They put him back as their candidate. That's how they thanked the community. They put him back as a candidate. The ANC must go and listen to the president, and the president must listen to the ANC, because the ANC will never act against their own corruption. Here's proof of it. They will put them back, because that is how they fund their party. That's how they fund their campaigns. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much for the members. Thank you very much to the Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that concludes interpellation number 1 as printed on the question paper. We move on to interpellation number 2, and I recognize the Minister of Mobility, Minister Seleko.
Thank you very much, Somlomo. And firstly, I just need to thank Honorable Duka for sponsoring this interpellation. And in terms of the report, there were 6 recommendations from the Commission. And the first one was the establishment of a semi-permanent dispute resolution body. And soon after the report, the dispute resolution unit was established under Advocate Themba Mdlalo, supported by a call center and a panel of mediators. As this structure was temporary in nature, it was later disestablished. However, the function itself did not disappear. Today, the assessment unit within the Office of the Provincial Tax Registrar fulfills this role by handling disputes. In addition, Speaker, we are in the process of appointing a new panel of mediations and conflict resolution specialists. On the second resolution was the review of the operations of the Provincial Operating License Board. This body was disestablished in 2011 and replaced with the current provincial regulatory entity, also known as PRI. The PRI is staffed by permanent professionals with specialized expertise in licensing and regulation. Its processes have been streamlined, tracked, and integrated with INATIS and ENFORCE. Today, the PRI is widely regarded as one of the best regulatory bodies in the country, thanks to its excellent turnaround times, zero backlog, and a regulatory system that has become a national benchmark. Furthermore, we have extended our digital footprint to allow for alternatives to process an application for public transport operating licenses. Applications can be sent through our online portal or via emails as well. On the third one, ending practices like patrols by a taxi association on major highways, your N1s, N2s, and N7s that are not legally sanctioned. While this was once common, it is now far less prevalent. The Office of the Provincial Tax Register has taken action against offending association. Provincial Traffic Services continue to monitor hotspots such as the N1, N2, and N7, and the Department of Mobility is developing a provincial policy on the effective regulation on mother bodies to strengthen oversight. On the fourth one was the setting up of a multidisciplinary investigative team consisting of SAPS, SARS, NPA, NIA, to go after warlords, ordering killings, and investigating unresolved cases. Speaker, while this specific recommendation falls outside the direct mandate of the department, I can confirm that a provincial joint committee has been established in the province, chaired by the police commissioner. This is the highest intergovernmental structure dealing with safety issues with all departments represented. This committee identifies and addresses key risk areas. A subcommittee of Prof joins the Transport Priority Committee, co-chaired by the department, and SAPS focuses specifically on public transport operational challenges. Both structures meet monthly to discuss matters related to taxi industry, specifically killings and any other related crimes. In addition, SAPS has established a dedicated taxi violence unit to deal with taxi-related crimes. Furthermore, the provincial regulatory entity PRI considers previous convictions for offences relevant to the operation of transport services as outlined in the Regulating 18 of the National Land Transport Regulation 209. Applicants for operating licenses are now also required to submit a tax clearance certificate. On the fifth recommendation, establishing a joint law enforcement task teams and early warning system with intelligence sharing.
Honourable Minister, your time has expired. Please conclude.
The implementation of this recommendation falls outside of the direct mandate of the Transport Regulating Unit.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize Honourable Gensu. Need the podium. Can I please ask that the podium please be provided? Order, members. Order, members. There's a member on the floor. You may continue, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As I enter into this, I think I must wish Mbali, the ANC staff, a happy birthday. What I remember is many bus taxi industry in the Western Cape has been soaked in blood for decades with the criminal network taking root. From Lagunya Webster conflict in the early 90s to the flare-ups of 1998, 2021, 2005, 2018, 2020, and now the 2025. The story has been the same: violence, death, and destruction. The roots of this violence are not eczema. They are ruthless competition for commuters, corruption that runs deep, the criminal network, and regulations that only entrance chaos instead of resolving. Even Tutus, the PRI you are talking about, instead of resolving the problem, it is worsening it. Advocate Dumisan Sebeza gave this province a clear roadmap to end the carnage of criminality and senseless killing. His commission's findings were clear, specific, actionable, and instructive. Yet, decades later, we are still asking the same question. I think, Tutu, say you are selective, you must be told. You are not talking about the city of Cape Town's abandonment or surrendering of taxi ranks to a taxi association. Yet that matter is part of the recommendation. You could not account as we're giving a fictitious list or account. The truth is inescapable. Since the instructive report was published, Cape Town has endured 3 major waves of taxi violence: the 2018, 2020, and now 2025. And this occurred under the DA-led government. The government cannot wash its hands. The premier had the responsibility and the tools and mandate. Instead, the DA has done nothing but tinker around edges, and now blood is again on their hands. Speaker, the DA government must leave today's sitting knowing that to be elected to govern means taking responsibility, and thus you must answer to the families who buried their loved ones, to the commuters who live in fear, and the working class who rely on this industry every single day. Implement the Sabeza report and the violence now. Show leadership or admit that you never had any to begin with. Surrender power. You are incapable of leading. Therefore, give to those who are ready to govern this province. Speaker, the MEC comes here and reported that other recommendations are beyond, and unable to account and tell this House as to what efforts the provincial government has done to ensuring that the multidisciplinary task team is put in place and there are engagement with other states. It is because the elite here that side do not relate with the challenges facing the working class. Uyayazi uTutuse because kwayena uyahlupheka, but the masters here don't care, putting me under pressure and refusing to support the
Honourable
industry.
member, your
You
time has
should be here
expired. Please
as a
conclude.
black face to confront the industry. Thank you
Thank you
very much.
very much. I now recognize the Honourable Professor Mbombo.
Speaker, kututuse kunye noduka andiyazi le nto bayithethayo, but what I want to say is that the DA welcomes the Tutuse Minister's update on progress in implementing the Nsebeza Commission recommendations to address taxi violence in our province. Speaker, we remain deeply concerned about recent incidents of taxi violence. These attacks endanger commuters, disrupt schooling and work, and undermine trust in the public transport system. This is totally unacceptable. One of the biggest ongoing challenges is the management of mother bodies, rivalries, overlapping authority, and battles for control of routes fuel much of the violence. Without firm, fair regulation, these conflicts will continue. We must also recognize that taxi violence is a reflection of broader social challenges rooted in poverty and unemployment caused by the decades of the ANC failures. The safety of our communities must come first. We condemn all acts of violence and call for urgent cooperation between all role players. The people of the Western Cape deserve safe, reliable transport and a secure environment. As we speak now, I just read that the chairperson of the Gauteng Taxi Association has just also been murdered within an hour or so. So, Speaker, to the Minister, can the Minister explain what is one of the biggest challenges in managing mother bodies in the minibus taxi industry? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mbombo. I now recognize the Honourable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the recent taxi violence and this week's decision to shut down taxi routes is part of the failure of government, in particular the Western Cape and City of Cape Town, to address the systemic and outdated transport regulation regime. The Commission recommended that the province and the city improve the regulation of taxi routes and permits, since poorly managed licensing and route disputes were the direct driver of violence. But this has not happened. Over the 8 years that I had the privilege of serving as MMC for Transport, a lot of work was done on implementing a new public transport regulatory regime in line with the vision of the National Land Transport Act. A transport authority was established, a bylaw was enacted, and an agreement was signed with the Western Cape government for the devolution of the operating license function to the City of Cape Town. This is where regulation of public transport, routes and operating licenses is best placed. All of this work was cancelled because the DA regards the taxi industry as rogue. And the MMC who replaced me called them criminals. Amazingly, while this government continuously demands the devolution of functions from national government, it is resistant to devolving any of its provincial functions, despite legislation providing for it. This government is clinging onto the transport regulatory function, perpetuating red tape and bureaucratic barriers for taxi operators, and creating the opportunity for collusion. Does the red tape reduction unit only work for white-collar businesses? When e-hailing arrived, we quickly implemented a new method for determining supply and demand. There is no reason why that system should not be available to the minibus taxi industry. But instead, the industry, which is highly regulated and policed, is regarded as informal at best and criminal at worst. It is time to overhaul the system.
Honourable Heron, your time has expired. Please conclude.
Using the innovation this government loves to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Honourable Lita Kong. Honourable Lita Kong.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I just need to check what is the understanding of the minister with the recommendation of Nsebenza's commission, and also can he outline instances where he attempted to implement part of these recommendations? And lastly, what do they entail in his own understanding? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lita Kong. Now I recognize Honorable Gensu.
Speaker, honorable members, typical of an organization of buses and madam, an organization will always continue to use black leadership as kitchen girls and garden boys. Again, even in this debate today, the black leadership is being used to face the black industry because the buses do not have an interest on this industry. An industry that continues to commute more than 75% of the workers and the poor of this province. Chair, it is indeed why the DA neglect this commission. Despite that, you, MEC Sileko, you can better relate given your historic injustices you were subjected to by the barbaric apartheid, your masters here and those who orchestrated the suffering of the majority people do not relate. The DA elite here in this house is insulated from the suffering of the working class. For instance, when taxes ban and communities are gunned down, they simply retreat behind the secured gates of their suburbs. They do not need taxes. Their only concern is whether their domestic workers, kitchen girls and garden boys can still arrive to clean their homes. That is why they do not act. That is why they run to the courts. They use you to run to the courts instead of supporting you to resolve the problem.
Honorable member, please
Because
take your seat.
the violence of
Order.
the tax
Honorable
industry
members,
is not their violence.
Honorable Gensu, please take your seat. Order. Honorable Chief Whip, is that a point of order?
Yes, Honourable Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 59, and perhaps I would ask that the Honourable Member speak through you before risking being in violation fully of Rule 59, because the Honourable Member is verging on casting aspersions on the holder of public office, which is the Minister of Mobility, Minister Sileko.
Order. Order, members. Order. Honorable member, can I please ask that you speak to the chair?
Thank you very much, Chair. That is why they do not act, because the violence in the tax industry is not their violence. It is the violence of the black working class. That is why it must be Seleku, it must be Mbombo, it must be black leadership who must resolve it. Speaker, the working people of this province deserve leadership, not cowardice. They deserve action, not excuses. They deserve a government that implements the resolution, not one that hides whilst communities bury their dead. And those who are buried are not from Constantia, are not where you live. Speaker, the current wave of violent conflict within the municipal taxi industry remains defined by the use of hit squads, and thus the more than 10 senseless killings in this present wave. And here is the MEC is unable to respond to this question, because should we have had implemented the Nsebeza resolution recommendation, we are not going to be where we are, where the criminal network is taking root in the industry, because the industry is used by the majority black working class. Speaker, the recommendation above were not optional ideas, they were urgent instructions to save lives, and yet the Premier sat on them. The Premier chose inaction and selective implementation not to resolve the problem, but to further exacerbate it.
Honourable member, your time has expired.
Pre-regulations.
Please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the Minister. Minister, order. Order. I now recognize the Minister of Mobility, Minister Sileko.
No, thank you very much, Somloma. Firstly, let me also echo the sentiments of Prof. Mbombo and convey my condolences on the chairperson in Joburg, who was also shot just today on the highway. So it just shows the element of violence within the taxi industry. But also, Speaker, I wish I had some pills to give to Honorable Lenzo in terms of his anger, because the anger that is directed to the wrong person, because the same commission or recommendations we are dealing with now has started in 2005.
Order.
In 2005, the then Premier started a commission, which is always, that's how the ANC operate, spend money on commissions, and then the commission concluded its work in August 2005. Guess what, Speaker? The report was there, recommendations were there. 3 years, they didn't deal with the recommendations. The same organization that is coming to us now, asking, what have you done with the recommendation? They said with the recommendation for a period of 3 years. And then the Premier was recalled in 2008, and then they was replaced by another cabinet member. She also did not deal with the recommendations. But also we came into power in 2009, and the recommendations that I dealt with and gave a report has been implemented. But it's also difficult, Speaker, to come into the House, listen to a response, and you can't change your script because it's already been prepared in advance. You know, because that's where we are finding ourselves now. And also in terms of us as government going to court. If I have to go to court more than once as the Minister of Mobility in this province, I will do that for the safety of the residents of this province, for the commuters of this province. It's not a black issue. It's not a white issue. It's not a colored issue. It's about human beings. So if you look in terms of the industry is diverse. It's not because you have a black face, you must face the industry. Everybody that is in the industry, go to Mitchell's Plain. The majority of people there are people of another color. So we must never try to bring race into a place where people are losing their lives. Because the same people that are making a lot of noise here are the same people when there is shootings, they don't go. Even Utiti, that's just an example. Utiti, who was shot from Carter, was buried. They never went to his funeral, they only went to the memorial service. So those are kind of things
Order.
make noise.
Order. Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Honorable Ngaiso, is that a point of order? Order. There's a member on the floor. Honorable Ngaiso. Honorable members, there's a member on the floor. Order. Honorable Ngaiso, is that a point of order?
The MEC is misleading the House. I begged him to attend the funeral after he failed to attend the memorial service.
Order. Order, members, that is not order. Honorable member, that is not a point of order. Honorable Minister, you may continue.
No, Speaker, I think what is important, we say like it is and we act. And also what is important is that I've heard members saying that we close the routes and close the lanes. It's because when you don't understand what's happening around you, you only get the report from the papers. You would come here with misinformation. And the decision that we have taken, we are going to take it again. We are going to take it again, and we are not going to listen to the noise. Up until they had an opportunity to deal with the issues of the minibus taxi industry, and they never dealt with it. So we are in power now. We have the authority to deal with the minibus taxi industry. We are going to do to the best of our ability to correct the wrongs that they were not able to fix. And also the narrative that they are trying to bring to say that we as the government of the Western Cape don't like the industry. It's wrong and it's dishonest. We work with those that want peace, and those who doesn't want peace, we deal with them, and like we have dealt with them in the last few years. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, that concludes interpellation number 2. Order. Order, we've done interpellation 2. We now move on to interpellation number 3, and I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness, Minister Wenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Western Cape Department of Health and Wellness provides a comprehensive range of psychological and mental health services that are accessible to communities affected by mass shootings and violent crime. These services are offered across the health platform and include 1, hospital-based services. Acute psychiatric care is available at district, regional, and tertiary hospitals. Dedicated specialist psychiatric hospitals, for example, Falkenberg, Alexandra, Stikland, and Lentegeur, and new or upgraded acute psychiatric units at facilities such as Eerste River, Khayelitsha, Karl Bremer, and New Somerset hospitals strengthen access to specialized services. Child and adolescent psychiatry inpatient and outpatient services are supported through dedicated programs with investments in safer and adolescent-friendly wards. In respect of community-based mental health care, mental health is integrated into the primary health care platform, allowing residents to access assessment, counselling, treatment, and referral at local clinics and community health centres. Performance indicators show that PHC facilities provide treatment for developing and undiagnosed mental health disorders, ensuring early intervention. 3, trauma and crisis support. Multi-sectoral partnerships, including with civil society and other provincial departments such as social development, ensure post-trauma support for survivors and families. Services include counselling, psychosocial support, and referral pathways for ongoing care. Forensic pathology services, which manage over 11,000 cases annually, also contribute to the broader trauma response system by engaging in sensitive and caring ways with families and loved ones. In respect of violence prevention and community partnerships, the department participates in area-based teams in 18 high crime areas coordinated through the Violence Prevention Unit. These ABTs connect residents to psychosocial services, support violence prevention initiatives, and strengthen data-driven responses in affected communities. This whole of government and community-centered approach recognizes that exposure to violence has long-term psychological impacts, including trauma and post-traumatic stress disorder, and therefore requires both immediate support and systemic prevention. In respect of system investments and challenges, despite fiscal constraints, the department has expanded psychiatric capacity, introduced revolving outreach and in-reach models to strengthen district-level capacity, and leverage digital health and telehealth services to extend reach. Staffing pressures and high demand remain challenges, with mental health patients often requiring prolonged admission due to limited bed availability. To address this, investments in facility upgrades and service redesign continue. In conclusion, the Department of Health and Wellness provides both immediate and long-term psychological and mental health services to communities impacted by violent crime. These are supported through hospital-based care, primary healthcare integration, multi-sectoral trauma counselling, with systemic violence prevention efforts. The approach is aligned with our long-term strategic vision to ensure that Western Cape residents are supported to start well, live well, age well, and to do so within a system that is run well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognise the Honourable Win Vogel. Honourable Win Vogel, you may continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the communities of the Cape Flats are living under constant violence and crime. The gunfire in these neighborhoods is not only claiming life, but leaving deep, invisible scars on survivors, families, and especially our children. The children who cannot play freely in the streets, mothers who grieve endlessly, fathers who struggle with trauma, and an entire family who lives in a constant state of fear. When we examine the psychological impact of this cycle of violence, we must consider how children, toddlers even, are being caught in crossfires. Young learners are being gunned down while simply walking to school. Classrooms are filled with pupils who have lost classmates, neighbors, or even family members to bullets. Beyond the grief of loss, these children live with a daily grinding and anxiety, the fear that they might be next, or that their parents may not return home safely. Research has long shown us that children exposed to violence at a young age face higher risk of depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and long-term behavioral problems. On the Cape Flats, children as young as 4 or 5 have been reported to draw pictures of guns and crime scenes in in crayon, because that is the world they know. The psychological toll extends beyond the children, parents, and caregivers. Unable to shield their children from this violence, often turn to substance as a coping mechanism. The drug trade and substance abuse spiral is both a symptom and a driver of the ongoing violence, creating a cycle where families are torn apart both by crime and by its corrosive after effects. Speaker, when a mother lost her son to gang violence, the trauma spread through the entire household and the entire streets. When a child sees his father shot in front of him, the trauma is not healed by time alone. These are deep wounds, unseen, unspoken, and too often untreated. Therefore, it is vital that the department recognize that violence in this community is not just a matter of crime prevention and policing. It is equally, if not more, a matter of public health and social well-being. A psychological crisis on the Cape Flats is as devastating as the bullets themselves. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Van Vogel. I recognize the Honourable Boyson.
Honourable Speaker and members, in recent years, we have seen a troubling rise in mass shootings and violent crime across the Cape Flats, events that not only shatter the lives of those directly involved, but also leave long-lasting scars on communities as a whole. The immediate impact on our health services is undeniable. Hospitals are overwhelmed, trauma centers are pushed beyond capacity, and medical staff work tirelessly, often under extreme pressure to save lives, but the toll does not stop there. Beyond the physical injuries, these incidents create a ripple effect that impacts the mental health of survivors, first responders, and entire communities. Survivors may grapple with PTSD, anxiety, and depression for years to come, while witnessing or hearing about such violence can leave many others feeling a deep sense of fear and insecurity. This widespread trauma places enormous strain on mental health services, which are already under-resourced. But it is not just the direct victims who suffer. Families, neighbors, and even those who live in communities where violence is common. These crimes create a cycle of fear, distrust, and isolation, further diminishing community cohesion and resilience. As we continue to face these strategies, through you, Mr. Speaker, what strategies does the Western Cape Department of Health and Wellness have in place to support the mental health of first responders and healthcare professionals who are often at the front line of these traumatic events? Enkosi.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Boyson. I now recognize the Honourable Kasim.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, mine is very short. Does the department have the capacity to deal with the influx of patients as a result of this ongoing violence? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it's linked to the previous speaker. With all the massive shootings, more and more families are affected. And the question is to the Minister, is there an uptick in the numbers now coming for mental health issues? And can your department deal with all of these cases? Because it seems to me every day families are traumatized. Do your department also, do people know exactly where to go when they need the help? And the last question, Minister, that I want to ask from you is, do you work in collaboration with the other sectors, social development, education, in order to also assist learners? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christians. I recognize the Honourable Van Vogel for your second opportunity.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, mental health remains heavily stigmatized. In many communities, people do not speak about trauma or depression. They speak about being strong, or just coping. Those who seek professional help are often seen as weak or worse, as unstable. This stigma creates a silence that isolates victims further and prevents healing. How then does the department plan to overcome this stigma while ensuring that those who need treatment are reached where they are? We know that the victims are there, and we know that they are in need of support and treatment. So, are there mobile trauma units going into neighborhoods, particularly those prone to violence incidents, to provide counseling to children and families? Speaker, these communities are living in what can only be described as a war zone. In other parts of the world, children in conflict zones receive trauma counseling, psychosocial support, and safe spaces to process their pain. Do the children of Cape Flats not deserve the same recognition, care, and intervention? We must also ask how many mental health professionals are deployed to serve the Cape Flats, how many psychologists, counselors, and social workers are working in schools, clinics, and shelters. What training is given to educators and community leaders to identify signs of trauma early and refer children for help? The department must not only expand its service, but also confront the stigma that makes these services underutilized. Public awareness campaigns, community-based workshops in collaboration with local faith leaders and NGOs can all be part of dismantling these silence around mental health. If we continue to only treat the physical injuries while leaving the psychological injuries unattended, we condemn generations of children and families to a cycle of trauma and despair. Minister, the psychological and mental health of our citizens of the extreme importance. These services must be brought to our communities. Those affected by crime must be helped to end the cycle, and that starts with us breaking the stigma. Mental health has affected Thandi so much that she becomes a drug addict because you forgot about Thandi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Before I recognize Honourable Brian, before I recognize you, honourable members, we are. I'm aware of the clock not displaying on the screens in front of you. We are managing it from the table, and the IT office is dealing with the technical issue. Honourable Brian, is that a point of order?
Chair, covered. Speaker, covered.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Honourable Minister, Minister Wenger.
Thank you to the honourable members for their inputs and questions. The sad reality, Speaker, is that South Africa does have very high rates of violent crime. And every day our emergency centres fill with victims of shooting, stabbings, abuse and assault. And every day our health professionals do what they can to hold the line. They are at the front line of responding to the consequences of violence, whether that's gang violence, domestic abuse, or other forms of interpersonal violence. We are running an intimate partner violence intervention through Fortescue and Mitchells Plain hospitals, and nearly 30,000 women have been screened over the last 2 years. More than 1,200 women have chosen immediate counselling, and hundreds were referred to shelters, legal aid, and social workers. So it's not just about treating the injuries, it's about saving lives and breaking the cycle of abuse. And we're expanding this program to more hospitals because survivors across the province deserve the same chance at safety. We also have roving teams from district hospitals that visit clinics to help provide support to the healthcare professionals there. In terms of trauma and crisis support, we do have multi-sectoral partnerships, which include partnerships with civil society and other provincial departments, such as social development, to ensure post-trauma support for survivors and their families. The services include counselling, psychosocial support, and referral pathways for ongoing care. There's also a victim empowerment program through the Department of Social Development with a toll-free number that can be accessed, alternatively by visiting one of our clinics. But we know that we can't only treat harm after it happens, we have to stop it from happening in the first place, which is why, as I mentioned earlier in the debate, we've rolled out Planet Youth, which is an internationally recognized evidence-based model that empowers entire communities, parents, schools, municipalities, faith leaders, and young people themselves to work together to create safer, healthier environments for teenagers. In April and May this year, over 50,000 grade 8 and 9 learners from 123 schools across Mitchells Plain, Atlantis, Athlone, Langa, Philippi, Guguletu, Hanover Park, Kraaifontein, Nyanga, and rural districts like the West Coast and Garden Route took part in this major Planet Youth survey. The data will inform local action plans designed with communities to reduce substance abuse, build resilience, and give our young people positive alternatives. We're also prioritizing the mental and emotional well-being of children through the Early Adolescent Skills for Emotions, or the EASE program. This was developed by the World Health Organization and UNICEF. EASE is a 7-session group program for 10 to 15-year-olds affected by internalizing problems such as stress, anxiety, or depression in communities exposed to adversity. It has 3 complementary sessions also for their caregivers. It teaches young people practical skills for relaxation, emotional awareness, emotional regulation, acceptance, problem solving, and cognitive reframing, tools that help children to manage anxiety, stress, and symptoms of depression. We've worked with the University of Cape Town to adapt EASE for selected schools, giving learners evidence-based techniques that strengthen their emotional resilience in the classroom and beyond. But we must be clear, the beds in psychiatric wards are for the most severe cases, for when a person's life or the lives of others are at risk. And what we must not do is separate people from their communities and support structures, but rather empower them. That means community-based support, counselling, and intervention to help
Minister, your time has expired. Please conclude.
take back control of their lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of interpellation number 3 and interpellations as printed on the question paper. We move on to questions in terms of Rule 202. I wish to advise honourable members that once the honourable minister has concluded the first submission to the oral question, you can then give me an indication that you would like to ask a follow-up question. Again, as I indicated last week, the practice was that once the honourable minister started speaking, you would give me an indication, but logic dictated that you must wait for the response before you can determine if you have a follow-up question. So if you have a follow-up question, you can do so after the submission of the honourable minister, after the first submission. As we have always allowed, the questioner will get the first opportunity, and thereafter 3 additional follow-up questions would be allowed. For members on the online platform, please use the hand raise functionality to indicate if you have a follow-up question, and to the members in the House, if you can raise your hand for the table staff to acknowledge you. I recognize the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, arrangements and agreements have been made for questions 1, 3, 4, and 7 to stand over until the respective ministers and Premier is in the House to answer those questions.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chief Whip. Honourable members, are there any objections to that? No objections, agreed to. Just for the sake of the House, so question 1 under new questions will stand over, and we will deal with question 1 from that stood over from Thursday, the 11th of September, as agreed by the House, in the name of the Honourable Masipa, and I recognize the Honourable Minister Meyer.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I will take the question online from the Honourable Member
Is in Taiwan.
Masipa. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Honorable Minister, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. In relation to the question from Honourable Member Masipa, the response is as follows: that the Department and Westgrow and the South African Tourism, we are collaborating in the following strategic areas, namely accessibility. In terms of South African tourism, it is a strategic partner of the cruise Cape Town and Cape Town Air Access. This is an initiative powered by Westgrow. In terms of business tourism, we are also partnering with both Cape Town and the Western Cape Convention Bureau. We collaborate also with the South African National Convention Bureau on event bidding and inbound and outbound trade missions and exhibitions. Also, Honourable Speaker, in terms of leisure marketing, Westgrow Leisure Team works collaboratively with the South African Tourism on organizing inbound and outbound trade missions, exhibitions, and familiarization tours for buyers and travel media. Honourable Speaker, we also do some market intelligence and research and data, and the Department and Westgrow have also access to South African tourism market intelligence and research and data. Honourable Speaker, we also work together in terms of promotion of quality assurance, and therefore the department collaborates with the Tourism Grading Council of South Africa to promote quality assurance in the province. In addition, the South African Tourism has in the past also sponsored SA Welcome training for frontline workers at key points such as the Cape Town Cruise Terminal and the Cape Town International Airport. Honourable Speaker, there's many other areas in terms of accessibility, business tourism, leisure marketing, all of these areas. We have extensive partnership and collaboration with SA Tourism, but also with Cape Town Tourism. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize the Honourable Masipa.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Minister. Thank you very much for your answer. Honourable Speaker, the saga around the SA tourism highlights a dangerous pattern in ANC good politics. Honourable Minister, in light of the governance failures that led to the dissolvement of the SA Tourism Board, how does this affect the work of Westgrow, the work Westgrow is doing to grow tourism and investment in the province? I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Masipa. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the follow-up question from Honourable Member Noku Masipa. This is certainly a matter of grave concern. I'm watching this matter as it unfolds in the National Assembly. We know that the SA Tourism Board is currently experiencing major governance issues and tensions between the National Minister of Tourism and the SA Tourism Board. I've watched some of the hearings and the discussions within the Portfolio Committee nationally. I also happen to know that SA Tourism has a budget of 1 billion rand, and certainly if there are any tensions between a minister and a statutory board or a public entity, it will play out in terms of tourism in all the 9 provinces. And so I have a deep concern for the matters that are currently playing out. But I'm not the judge. I'm not going to say who's guilty, because these matters are currently before the Portfolio Committee, and I'm watching it very closely. But I have no doubt that the tensions between the minister and the board will affect and negatively impact tourism, not only in the Western Cape, but in the whole of South Africa.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Are there any further follow-up questions? There's no further follow-up questions. Can I just get an indication from the table staff? Any online? No, that brings us to the end of that question. Thank you very much to the Honourable Minister. We move on to question number 5 as printed on the oral question paper. And I recognize the Minister of Police Oversight and Community Safety, Minister Marais.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to Honourable Van Midden for the question. At the national level, the following departments and entities are engaged: South African Police Service, who are responsible for operational enforcement, intelligence, and crime prevention. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, strengthening criminal justice processes. The Department of Correctional Services, interventions in correctional facilities, rehabilitation and reintegration of offenders. The National Prosecuting Authority, prosecuting gang-related cases, organized crime, focus on firearm-related matters, and State Security Agency. In the second part, at the provincial level, Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety consulted with several departments who have identified priority interventions for inclusion in the anti-gang intervention program. These include, among others, the Department of Social Development, the Department of Education, Department of Economic Development and Tourism, Department of Culture Affairs and Sport, Department of Health and Wellness, and other departments which are involved include Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, Department of Agriculture, Department of Local Government, Department of Mobility. And the roles of the respective departments are aligned to the 4 pillars of the National Anti-Gang Strategy: human development, addressing poverty, unemployment, social cohesion and inequality; social partnerships, building resilience through partnerships with communities, civil society and NPOs; spatial design, promoting safe and inclusive spaces that limit gang control; criminal justice processes, enforcing law, prosecuting offenders and supporting rehabilitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize the Honourable Van Minen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I can, through you, Speaker, inquire from the Minister, how do the national and provincial departments collaborate with the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Van Minen. For the follow-up question, I can say that the Provincial Department of Police Oversight Community Safety work very well in collaboration with education, with our Safer Schools project, the truancy call, and school dropouts. We work very well with the principals to look out for specifically for the school dropouts. With DSD for bereavement, looking at this social ills like child-headed households, alcohol, gender-based violence, and the gender-based violence ambassadors, the children in safe homes, and then children that is in places of safety. Then economic development, assisting with small businesses. Agriculture is for gardens, assisting our communities to grow their own vegetable gardens. DCAS for culture and sport after school programs, the MOT centers, the Yeboneers, and then health with violence prevention program, then Planet Youth. As we've heard, know that Planet Youth is a data-driven community-led safety program aimed at creating healthier, safer and supportive environments for young people by strengthening protective factors and reducing harm. And as we've heard in the interpellation, also that health provides psychological and mental health care. Then for the national department is Department of Correctional Services. I must say they attend all our MBSOs and ensure that they give the parolees names through to the station commanders. We are in collaboration with Minister Groenewald for a tracking system for our parolees. And then the REA programs with National Department of Social Development. Unfortunately, we do have no evidence at the moment of the impact of the national programs, but well for the provincial department, these programs. Then the NPA for prosecuting and firearm cases. Unfortunately, our conviction rate is minimal in this NPA department. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Honourable Gensu.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I have no doubt that on this one, I'm not going to read from the script. because it was not forwarded to you prior as she has done now. Given the rate of gang-related matters in the province, what immediate measures are being implemented, and what have been the success, if any? Thank you.
Honourable Minister, before you proceed, honourable members, just a reminder that you are allowed one follow-up question. Honourable Minister, I'm not going to dictate. There was 2 questions posed to the Minister. Minister, I'm not going to dictate how you respond. Honourable members, you are allowed one follow-up question. Honourable member, I'm not going to get into a debate. There was 2 questions as confirmed by the table staff. Honourable Minister, I'm not going to dictate how you respond. Members, you are allowed one follow-up question in terms of the rules. Honourable Minister, you may continue.
Thank you. That is a new question, Honourable Ngintsu, and I want you to put it down for me and I'll
Order.
and I'll answer it next time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there any further follow-up questions? Order. There's another follow-up question, Honourable Ngentsu.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Again, the question is based on the question posed about the strategy, gangsters strategy, right? Now, what measures have you put in place to ensure that, given the rate of gangsterism in this province, it's not a wrong question.
Order, members. Honourable members, please speak to me.
MEC for
Order.
education, and allow learners to think out of the box.
Order.
That is why there's a crisis in the.
Honourable member, please take your seat. Order. Honourable Minister, you can switch on your microphone. Order, members. Honourable Minister, Honourable Member, is that a point of order?
But disrupted, Speaker, whilst I was posing the question.
No, I switched off your microphone from the chair because you were engaging the Minister of Education and not speaking to me by posing your question to the Minister. So if you would like to pose a question to the Minister, can you please speak to me and I will direct it to the Minister. Honourable Ngentsu, please pose your question.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, on this question, and given the rate of gangsterism in the province, what is it that you can brief this House about on the role the provincial government and national government has played?
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Thank you for the question, Honourable Ngentsu. We're busy with the Safety Plan 2.0, and we will table it at our next cabinet meeting, and I will send you a copy of the draft as well. What we do at this moment, we have our Mitchell's Plain Development Plan that we also will launch in October 2025. We went through to the communities to hear what the communities want from us, not what a politician describe what they must do. We've asked the communities and we work from what they want to an integrated plan to combat crime in the communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last opportunity to Honourable Ngentsu, I saw the hand, Honourable Van Minen of Honourable Ngentsu first. So Honourable Ngentsu, that's the last opportunity. Order, members.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I appreciate your response, MEC, and for being humble. But again, Honourable MEC, was soaked in blood. People are dying as a result of gangsterism. Where is the provincial plan to respond to this question? And don't tell us about the future. We want, as we leave this house.
Order, members. Honourable member, can you just pose the question?
The question shall relate to. I have a problem with the fact that the MEC is telling us about the future. Yet the people.
What is the question, Honourable member?
Where is the plan of this province and the city to ensure that gangsterism ends tomorrow
and that our people are not dying.
Thank you very much. Order, Honourable Minister. Order, members.
As you've known, the acting minister, Professor Kachalia, asked the National Commissioner if there's any anti-gang plan. National does not have a plan. However, in the province, we do deploy our LEAP officers as well as with
Order.
Operation Chanela to the hotspot
Order.
areas.
Honourable Minister,
Crime.
please take your seat. Honourable members, there was a question posed to the Minister. The Minister is now responding. Can I please ask that the running commentary across the floor please stop so that the Minister is given an opportunity to respond? Honourable Minister, my apologies, you may continue.
Thank you. So I conclude to say that these operations had very much successes to taking off illegal firearms and ammunition from the streets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that concludes question number 5 as printed on the question paper. Order. We now move on to question number 6, and I recognise the Honourable Minister of Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, Minister Bredell.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Brian for the question. Cape Nature APP target for 25-26 financial year is to employ 450 EPWP participants. At the end of Q1, Cape Nature already required and signed up 453 employment contracts at the end of Q1. Participants were recruited from 68 communities around Cape Nature protected areas. Cape Nature pioneered the approach to sign a 3-year employment contract with participants, which was endorsed and supported by the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. The latest 3-year cycle commenced on the 1st of April 2025 and will conclude March 2028. The 3-year contract provide the EPWP participants with an opportunity to gain experience and to develop into a position within Cape Nature. For many participants, this is their first work experience, and they are thoroughly inducted into the program and work life. With a high percentage of young people being employed, 85%, this program aims to set young people in communities on an upward trajectory to escape, in many cases, severe poverty. Furthermore, during this 3-year period, the participants are exposed to various capacity building and skills development opportunities. Functional training forms an integral part of the program, while on-the-job and life skills training are offered to all participants. When there are vacancies in the entity, EPWP participants do apply and have been successful in securing permanent employment within Cape Nature, private sector, and key partners in the organization. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognise the Honourable Brian.
Thank you, Speaker. The Minister spoke about partnerships, and I mean, fantastic to hear all of the great things that are happening with Cape Nature's EPWP projects. Are there any partnerships with local municipalities or NGOs or the private sector to absorb these EPWP graduates into longer-term employment once their contracts end?
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Honourable Speaker, if I may, because this is something that I'm very proud of, and it's not anything to do with me. It's the leadership within Cape Nature. I had the privilege to launch the new recruits on the EPW program, and I realized that day that Cape Nature's got the recipe right, and we will need to learn from that. First of all, they had the vision to enter into the space of a 3-year contract, but it's just astounding what they've accomplished over the last 3-year term. There's really people that started with, there's a lady who started with a grade 6, she matriculated, and she's now permanently employed in Cape Nature. There's a person who's done 3 degrees already, who started as an EPWP. You really get goosebumps if you see that. So, and there was 4 those that day that just gave feedback to the people on the opportunities that they get. And I'm going to hand this also into the chairperson on the kind of training programs. It's a huge list, but they get from 4x4 off-road training to human rights training, to housekeeping, to the contract management, to it's wide range. And as the participants explained that day to us, is that you can start there with nothing. You must just take the opportunities and they will run with you. So the partnering with municipalities is something that they're definitely now going to. They've got, first of all, they started with organizations within the environmental sector to partner with them to also employ people and create opportunities, working very close with them. And the following step is now also to talk to municipalities. But what I'm going to do is we're first going to take some of Cape Nature's management team to the municipalities, invite them to one of our forums to explain to them, because I think we must do more than just partnering with the municipalities. Municipalities must get the concept. You must have a dedicated person that will walk the road with these people, with the EPWP people, to train them in the municipal space, to train them in the opportunities within that. Then I really think this program will come to its right, taking people with a matric, and at the end of the 3-year cycle, they can be permanently employed or are employable for the private sector. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Honourable Stoffel.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, MEC, for response. But my question is, what measures is in place to make sure this EPWP is used for its intended use and not as political tool for patronage?
Thank you very much. Honourable Minister.
Chairperson, this is it's an ongoing debate. A lot of political parties is guilty with this. You don't play with employment. There must not be something like catered employment. We need to create opportunities for our communities. People must vote who they believe will give them a better service. So we work very hard with municipalities. I think also with the new 3-year cycle, must become part of the normal recruitment process, where politicians don't have any say in who to recruit. I'm really excited to see what Cape Nature has done with this without any political interference. That's why I think it's so successful. But also to the Honourable Stoffel, I think what we need to do is also connect the CWP program to this, because the CWP program, you can take 15% of that money that's allocated to the program to buy tools of trade, like pipes to train people for plumbing, etc., where you can't do that with the EPWP program. So on a national level, we're also busy negotiating and talking to the national minister to see how we can dovetail these programs so that we really, it must be an entry point, and then at the end of the 3 days, you must be permanently employed without any political interference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize Honourable Nkondlo.
No, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, with the explanation of the EPWP. I just want to check, Minister, with the good practice you're sharing of the Cape Nature. Is this particular practice extended in other programs within the local government at the provincial level and also in the municipalities to deliver these desired results of EPWP?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. No, the short answer is no. It's something new. Cape Nature started it. It was their brainchild to remember that EPWP program was a 12-month kind of support program. And we had long debates, how can we make it work so that we get the value from that program? And Cape Nature designed this 3-year concept. National now agrees with that, National Public Works, and it's now norm that municipalities can enter that space and give the EPWP workers also a 3-year contract, and through that they can now start to train them within the municipal space to become permanently employed.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, are there any further follow-up questions? No further follow-ups. That brings us to the end of question number 6. We move on to question number 8 as printed on the question paper. And I recognize the Minister of Agriculture, Economic Development and Tourism, Minister Meyer.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I want to thank Honourable Member Nkondlo for this question. Like her, I fully support that we must create space specifically for micro, small and medium enterprises. And so I value the question from Honourable Member Nkondlo. What we are currently doing through the current financial year in terms of our performance plan, for example, the Tourism Growth Fund, will all medium enterprises can now apply for funding for equipment and infrastructure. In the past, this fund has assisted
Honourable
small
Minister,
tour operators.
Honourable
Yes,
Minister Meyer,
yes.
you've lost connectivity in the first part of your submission of your answer. Can I please ask that you repeat it in the interest of the member that posed the question?
Okay, can you hear me now clearly?
We can hear you now.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I said I want to thank Honourable Member Nkondlo for this question, because this is a very important question in terms of what support we provide to micro, small and medium enterprises, specifically as we move towards the peak tourism season. And so the Western Cape government, through the Tourism Growth Fund, we are supporting micro, small and medium enterprises where they can apply for funding, for equipment and infrastructure. And in the past, Speaker, this fund has assisted small tour operators with purchasing, for example, mountain bikes, e-bikes, kayaks, trailers, and specialist training and marketing and many more. The fund is currently also open for applications, and funding requests are continuously screened and adjudicated. And I hope members of the legislature will also inform their members and their constituencies that the applications are currently open. We welcome any application. In addition to the Tourism Growth Fund, the department publishes also and promote a support guide for tourism, specifically for micro, small and medium enterprises. And this guide lists then the public and private funding and other support programs available to tourism enterprises. The department, Honourable Speaker, is currently developing also a toolkit and a masterclass series to guide community-based startups and early-stage enterprises in creating and marketing compelling visitor experience. So we are going to do that very soon. Also, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Member Nkondlo, the department is also in collaboration with the Education Department, where we are procuring a service provider to fact-check and finalize tourism career and enterprise guides, as well as producing a pilot podcast series to promote career and enterprise opportunities for the youth. The department continues to support micro and small enterprises also with training of frontline staff in customer service. Customer service is very important in the tourism industry. And this year, Honourable Members and Honourable Member Nkondlo, this year the host towns are Prince Albert, Riversdale, Grabouw and Hout Bay. Early in 2025, the department piloted also a community tourism awareness training program to increase awareness of the importance of tourism, career and enterprise opportunities available in the industry, and empower frontline workers on how to assist tourists, how to advise tourists on things to do in their communities, and how to ensure that tourists are also safe and feel welcome. Honourable Speaker, the program will be repeated in the 25-26 financial year. The department, in addition, also support women in tourism in the Western Cape by co-hosting regular member events and the events have a strong focus on empowering women-owned tourism enterprises through networking, learning and development. And Honourable Speaker, through these projects, the department makes also a concerted effort to support micro and small enterprises, particularly those from under-resourced community. Also, Honourable Speaker, the department also supports the training and existing of tourist guides. As you know, in the tourism industry, tourism guides are very important. And through our sub-program, we are also targeting that participants are 50% women and 30% youth. This year, the department will support the training of community guides from the Central Karoo, the West Coast, and Stellenbosch. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize Honourable Nkondlo.
No, thank you, Speaker, to the Minister with the response. Minister, I just want to understand, with all the different initiatives you are referring to, as you indicate here, as the support, from where we are now, 2025, 2026, versus the previous year, where would we say these particular programs, this number of programs you are referring to, are actually making a dent in township and rural town tourism? And this is a matter that I think, as you would be aware of, that with Westgro in the standing committee, this has been a consistent issue being raised about the fair distribution of the benefit of tourism in the province to also those marginalized communities. So my interest, beyond just the number of programs, is the actual dent in delivering this benefit to those enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Thank you to Honourable Member Nkondlo for the question. I fully agree with her. We want to see the maximum impact in our marginalized communities, and that's why we have targeted interventions. And I have attended a recent G20 tourism working group. I'm currently right now at the G20 Agriculture Working Group here in Stellenbosch, and both these working groups, both in the G20 Agriculture and in the tourism G20, both these matters received top discussions. The cabinet has also appointed me to politically oversee the implementation of the G20 and G20 in the Western Cape. And we are regularly discussing every Monday morning. I have discussions about this, and particularly in terms of the events around the G20, we are targeting specifically also small and medium enterprises. And we can give, after this financial year, we will be able to give a detailed account of those activities and the impact. And I'm quite happy to also report back to the Standing Committee about this impact.
Thank you very much. I recognize Honourable Masipa, and then I'll go back to you, Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And Honourable Minister, thank you. I think the initial question that I wanted to ask you, you covered on the types of trainings that you provide to this small operators. But I just want to know if in this training, is red tape reduction and ease of doing business embedded in them so that business owners are better equipped to grow and thrive? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Honourable Speaker, I am not fully aware whether red tape reduction is also part of the training course, but I'm quite happy to come back to this House or back to the committee or back to the member to answer it. For now, I do not have that specific answer, and I would not like to mislead the House.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize the Honourable Nkondlo.
As my last one, Minister, I just want to check the tourism agencies in the local municipalities like Cape Tourism and others. Are they aligned? Because they become the delivery mechanism and the ones that interact with these tourism enterprises in the different municipalities. So my interest is, if any tourism enterprise, we meet, I'm able to direct them to their local tourism agencies. So is that available? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm very happy Honourable Member Nkontlo asked that question, because during the last 12 months, I've traveled extensively in the I have visited numerous local tourism officers, and many of them I have discovered are not always aligned with the vision of this government. And so, Honourable Member Nkontlo, what I have done, I have called for a municipal economic development and tourism summit, where we discuss the growth for job strategy. We discuss also the tourism strategy. We also work the strategy in terms of the various regions, and we have also asked them through participatory democracy to work in the various districts and compile key focus areas, action for every
Honourable Minister, your connectivity, we're not able to hear you.
Can you hear me now, Honourable Speaker?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, Honourable
We've lost you again.
I have a municipal. And now,
Honourable Minister, your connectivity, we are not able to hear you in the House.
Honourable Speaker, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Honourable Speaker, I will be very brief. The question of Honourable Member Nkontlo is very important, because I have discovered that many of these municipalities in the last 12 months, I have visited many local tourism offices, and I have discovered that there is a disconnect between the local tourism office, the municipality, and the local tourism vision that we have here in the Western Cape. And for that reason, I called a municipal economic development and tourism summit, where we workshop the strategy and came out with a sort of a declaration and the roles and the responsibilities of the various institutions. I want to that after these discussions, we have received consensus that these local tourism officers are now or are planning to be aligned to the growth job strategy.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, are there any further follow-up questions? No further follow-up questions. That brings us to the end of question number 8 as printed on the question paper, and we move on to question number 9. And I recognize the Minister of Mobility, Minister Seleko.
Mandibulele Somlomo, and thank you very much, Honorable Christian, for the question. In January this year, the department offered free safety checks to learner transport vehicles. Building on this, between the 22nd and 27th of July, all our traffic centers across all districts conducted comprehensive checks focusing on both vehicle and driver fitness as part of our back to school readiness program. And then when we've got about 13 traffic centers from Bito up to Beaufort West in the Karoo. These efforts are complemented by vehicle inspections and intervention carried out collaboratively by road safety management, provincial traffic, and municipal traffic. Looking ahead in October during Mobility Month, free safety checks will again be available from the 14th to the 16th and from the 21st to the 23rd. These checks will take place at Gino Traffic College, at traffic centers in George and across the West Coast, and in partnership with Swartland Municipality in Malmesbury and Mauriceburg, Saldanha Bay Municipality in Langebaan, as well as through AVT's private testing station in Lansdowne, Baleville, Tableview, the Cape Town CBD, Kenilworth, Strand, and Wingfield. The checks will focus on both scholar transport and other public transport vehicles. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to remind the House that road safety is a whole of society responsibility. Parents, teachers, community members, and all road players should look out for our children and protect them by ensuring that learner transport vehicles are roadworthy, that drivers are fit and licensed, and that children are safely seated and supervised at all times. We also encourage members of the public to report any concerns and where they wish for safety operations to be conducted at their schools. To raise this with the school management, local traffic chiefs, or municipal officers. Such requests will be attended to because ultimately protecting commuters, no matter their age, remain a top priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I recognize Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. I think this is important. The question is, how many of how many transport users, drivers use the service? Did you make an indication, and how do you promote this initiative? It's a very important initiative because we're always concerned about the safety of our learners. So this is a very good initiative. It just need to be broadened, and I don't know how many vehicles are actually using this service. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Tswi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Speaker, as much as the question is about statistics, and statistics, usually it must be in a written question, but I would like to give context in terms of the process that we follow. And I must be honest here to the House that the uptake has not been that great. Why is it not been that great is because the users, the private owners or the users of public transport would always perceive this initiative as an initiative that would want to punish them. But ultimately what we are trying to do is actually to say, come to us before you go on a long road. We would show you what is wrong in your vehicle, and ultimately what you need to do, you need to fix what is wrong before you go out on the road. And what we do from the side of making sure that we mobilize more people, we use social media, we issue media statements. But I must say, there's still that element of mistrust, saying that maybe this initiative is used as a trap, to punish people, whereas it's just a corrective measure, not a punitive measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any further follow-up questions?
Thank you very much, Chair.
I recognize you, Honorable Gensu.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think I also welcome the response by the MEC. One is deeply interested, based on the reported work, as to what has emerged, out of the inspection of the vehicles which were inspected in the period under review, as per his report. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Okokuqala mandithi mandibulele kuDuka ngombuzo. Mandithi kule nyanga, mandithi ngoJanuwari xa bendipha eGene Low. Xa sizijonga ezi moto ufumanekisa ukuthi isiqhoboshi zemoto azisebenzi. Then okwesibini ufumanekisa ukuthi izibane azisebenzi. Then okwesithathu ngelinye ixesha ufumaniseka ukuthi i-engine number zezi moto ingakumbi kwi-public transport azingamelani ne-VIN number. So xa kunjalo loo nto ithetha ukuthi funeka thina singamagosa senze i-case. So xa sijonga izinto ziba khona ingxaki nee-wipers ngelinye ixesha azisebenzi. So kodwa awufumani ne-fine. Into esiyenzayo sokunika ilist yakho sithi jonga ezi zinto siye sazikhankanya, hamba uyozilungisa. Kodwa xa ikhona indima apho ubona ukuthi i-engine le ikule moto ayo engine yale moto, ngelishwa ke kwafuneka ke ngoku sisebenzise umthetho. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. The translation was still happening, so I just needed to ensure that the minister didn't break any rules in his response. Honorable Ngensu.
Thank you very much, MEC. And ndinomdla emphathiswa into okuba zimoto ezisuka koluphuhlanga umhlambi ezithe zathi ziyahlolwa. Ingaba ezaphene zikweliphi mhlambi icala kulo mcimbi ke ukuthi mhlambi njengoko singaba sohlulwa-hlulwa. Ndinomdla ukuba kwenze into ukuthi ndiyazi uba ingxaki iphi na and ithetha ukuthini ngephondo lethu. Enkosi.
No, firstly, that's a very beautiful question. And I would want to answer it in English so that the sponsor of the question can also hear the answer. Let me first say, and I think let me first make a commitment to Honorable Ngensu that during Mobility Month, when we actually do the first free scholar transport inspection, that I invite him to come to Jinlo so that he can actually confirm my answer physically. So firstly, when we do this program, we don't look at which race comes to check or which, because that's what this question, what color of people comes to the testing station to Jinlo, what is the majority? I must say, we are a diverse province. When you come to Jinlo and you feel that your safety is your priority, you will come to Jinlo. It's not about the color. It's about if you feel that safety is everyone's responsibility, you would come. I have witnessed people that come from different races. If you need to say them by the different colors, you are more than welcome. So every race, every creed, every, uhlanga, luba khona. So there is no specific race that is being challenged. Everyone has access because it's free for all. So even you as well, if you would want to come so that we can check your vehicle, you're more than welcome. And even the leader of the official opposition is also welcome to come so that we can do it for free. So it's the same with the sponsor of the question, is more than welcome to come and check his car. I can also say to the same to member Heron, he's also more than welcome to come, as it's free for all. Because ultimately what we are trying to do is to save lives and is to contribute to the decrease in terms of our fatalities in our province. And this program actually assists us in making sure that we actually bring down the numbers and there is more roadworthiness in terms of the cars that we find on our roads. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And there's one more opportunity. Are there any further follow-up questions? I recognize the Honourable Gainsel. Order members, there's a dialogue going on the floor. Order.
The question, Chair, was the very last question I posed was posed simply because the scholar transport is a pillar sector for our economy, and therefore one is deeply interested in respect to its racial orientation as to who is in this sector, and in respect to this problem, the issue which is very important. That breakdown was quite important. But finally, Chair, the most important question is that given that his new diplomat appointment, MEC ude wangwevu enhloko ngoku uyastressa. Ngicela nimncede ezinkosi, sanomfaka phansi koxinezelelo.
Honourable Minister, that wasn't a question, but I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond.
No, Speaker, I think it's a fair comment, and I would really want to respond to this. And why I'm doing this response is because
Order. Order, members. There was an opportunity for a member to pose a question. The member posed a comment, and I was going to get to tell the minister he doesn't need to respond. I'm not going to dictate how he responds because a comment is a comment and not a question, and the rules makes provision for follow-up questions. The minister is choosing to respond.
I think, Speaker, the comment
And he
is
doesn't have to, but the
okay.
minister chose to respond. Honourable Minister, I'm on the floor.
It's a very serious comment, and I'm also glad that he's concerned about my well-being. And also why I'm not cutting my hair, why I'm not cutting my beard, is because of what I'm currently confronted in the province, where there is no calm, there's no stability in the minibus taxi industry. So the day we are able to find a solution is the day you will find me cutting my hair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of oral questions as printed on the question paper. Order. We move on to statements by members in terms of Rule 145, and I recognize the DA. I recognize the DA for member statements.
Thank you, Speaker. Today, I wish to commend Cape Nature for its extraordinary work in safeguarding the Western Cape's natural heritage. This year alone, we've seen a number of milestones that will leave a lasting legacy for both people and the environment. In July, the Harvegskloof Renosterveld Nature Reserve was formally declared a provincial reserve. This site, situated in the Overberg, contains the largest remaining connected stretch of Renosterveld on Earth, an ecosystem of which only around 5% remains. Its protection is a global achievement made possible by partnerships between Cape Nature, WWF South Africa, and the Overberg Renosterveld Trust. Just weeks later, Cape Nature facilitated the declaration of the Franco Three Fountains Nature Reserve, the first reserve in the country dedicated to safeguarding the rare and ecologically important Cape vernal pools. Though modest in size, it represents a massive leap forward for filling conservation gaps, protecting 22 threatened plant species and fragile seasonal wetlands on the Cape Flats. In August, another milestone followed with the proclamation of the Wilderness Nature Reserve near Heidelberg. Spanning over 640 hectares, this new reserve secures critical freshwater biodiversity, including the critically endangered Breda River redfin, and provides breeding habitat for the black harrier, the rarest raptor in South Africa. Crucially, it also links directly with the Boesmansbos Wilderness Area, strengthening ecological corridors and protecting water catchments vital for local communities. These achievements are matched by Cape Nature's commitment to protecting our keystone species. Following the tragic loss of a young leopard to illegal gin traps earlier this year, Cape Nature has also worked closely with law enforcement to ensure prosecutions proceed, while also supporting farmers with non-lethal solutions to prevent livestock losses. On behalf of this House, I extend our thanks to Cape Nature and its partners for continuing to deliver world-class conservation outcomes for the Western Cape. Thank you.
I recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. The DA-led Western Cape continues to weaponize legislation to entrench its separatist agenda. In the process, it is eroding public participation and undermining democracy. This is not an abstract claim, but a lived reality that has become visible through the Provincial Powers Bill, the monitoring and support of the Municipalities Amendment Bill, and almost recently the Land Use Planning Amendment Bill. During the public hearing on the Land Use Planning Amendment Bill, including in Stellenbosch,
Honourable Member, are you able to take your seat? Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on the rule of anticipation. The bill that the honourable member is referring to is appearing on the order paper. Yes.
Honourable members, I've received advice from the table staff that due to the fact that it's a statement, we will proceed. Honourable Stoffels, you may continue.
Thank you, Speaker. During the public hearing on the Land Use Planning Amendment Bill, including in Stellenbosch, communities exposed a deep crisis of transparency. Citizens complained that the process was poorly advertised.
Honourable Stoffel, are you able to take your seat?
Participate fully.
Honourable Minister.
Speaker, Rule 64 says no member may anticipate the discussion of a matter appearing on the order paper.
Oh, what matter?
Honourable members, just give me 1 minute. Yes. Honourable members, after reverting back with the table staff, I'm going to request that Member Stoffel, the matter is on the order paper, and there will be an opportunity for members to make submissions during that particular time. Liz, maybe I'm confused here, together with the table staff. Member Stoffel, are you referring to a different bill? I see you, Member Nkondlo.
Speaker, as you see with your table staff, what is on the order paper is the Western Cape Monitoring and Support of Municipalities Amendment Bill. Therefore, the motion or the statement of Member Stoffels is about public participation as it references the bill that is still under public hearing, which is the land use. And she's making reference in context of how bills, including this one, are attended to. So it is not about this particular bill. We've got a declaration as a party on the bill itself.
Honorable members, we will proceed and I will allow Member Stoffel to continue.
Thank you, Speaker. More shocking were the allegations of systematic corruption made by the DA-led Stellenbosch municipality. Business owners testified that access to land is controlled by a powerful cabal that behaves like extortion mafia, a phenomenon that has become normalized in the Western Cape. One businessman who employs 200 workers is about to close the company after refusing to submit to this criminality. This will lead to massive job loss. The DA members were present when these allegations were raised. White-collar crime, extortion linked to DA funders are destroying jobs, whilst the DA continues to boast about clean government. Criminality and corruption under the DA rule is slowly surfacing.
Please,
and we shall see.
Please conclude, Member.
Okay. We reaffirm the importance of the public hearings as a constitutional imperative to ensure effective public participation.
Thank you so much, Honorable Stoffel. I recognize the Honorable, the Patriotic Alliance.
Deputy Speaker, and good afternoon, everyone. Art has always been historical. It is not only an expression of beauty, but a mirror of society and a voice for communities that are too often overlooked. In 2017, in the heart of the Karoo, Beaufort West witnessed history when its very first poetry production was staged. This was not backed by corporate sponsors or major funding. It was the vision and determination of the son of the soil, Mr. Quinton Stearman. He created a platform for poets, beginning with just 4 local voices, Reinhard Standard, Charles Paulse, Dylan Mack, and himself. For the first 2 years, Quinton personally funded the production. Even after he lost his employment in 2019, he didn't allow that setback to stop him. Instead, he pushed forward through ticket sales and generosity of people in his community who believed in him and the vision. Because of that resilience, the platform grew from 4 poets to 12 artists, attracting nationally recognized names like Rumak Gelderbloem, Robin Dean Forrie, Jerome Rex, and Gracia Lowe. These productions under the titles "In the Beginning Was the Word" and later "The Word Becomes Flesh" have become far more than cultural events. They have become milestones of empowerment. They created workshops for young writers, songwriters, and performers. They opened doors for learners who never imagined that their talents could found an audience. They transformed Beaufort West into the meeting point of creativity, where the language of poetry inspires hope in the Karoo. Honorable Speaker, this is true power of arts and culture. It heals, it unites, it educates, and it provides opportunity where poverty.
Thank you so much.
Where poverty and neglect often close doors. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I recognize the DA.
Honorable Speaker, as we observe Heart Awareness Month this September, it is an important time to reflect on the state of heart health in South Africa. Heart disease is a leading cause of death in our country, with over 200,000 South Africans dying from cardiovascular disease every year. In fact, heart disease counts for about 1 in 4 deaths in South Africa. These numbers represent fathers, mothers, siblings, and friends who could be with us if action were taken sooner. Honorable Speaker, the good news is that heart disease is largely preventable. Many of the factors that contribute to heart disease, such as poor diet, lack of physical activity, smoking, and excessive alcohol consumption, can be managed simply by changing our lifestyles, like eating a balanced diet, engaging in regular exercise, quitting smoking, and managing stress can significantly reduce the risk of heart disease. Furthermore, early detection is key. More than 50% of people with high blood pressure and high cholesterol are unaware of their condition. By regularly checking our blood pressure and cholesterol levels and knowing our family history, we can catch warning signs before they lead to heart attack or to stroke. But it is not just about individual responsibility. As we raise awareness this month, we must also encourage communities to take action, educating ourselves and those around us about the importance of heart health, which is critical. This September, let's take a moment to reflect on our own heart health and make a collective commitment to live healthier lives. Remember, taking care of our hearts today can ensure healthier people tomorrow. Love, or the lack thereof, can also contribute to the conditions of your heart. Masthandaneni enkosi.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognize the EFF. I recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The recent reports reveal that there is a looming bloodbath of retrenchments in the retail sector of our province. Pick n Pay is reported to close approximately 44 Pick n Pay stores out of the 60 stores in the province. Stores at risk of closure include River Park, Pick n Pay, Glen William, Centrepoint in Milnerton, Bayside, Hyper, Brackenfell, Somerset West, and Belleville Middlestad, amongst others. This potential closure of these stores will not only affect workers, but will also devastate communities as each worker supports between 3 and 8 dependents, which means that the ripple effect of this potential retrenchment will reach tens of thousands of people. This is not simply a retail business decision, but a serious human crisis with enormous social and economic consequences. This comes at a time when the Western Cape has already lost about 117,000 jobs in the second quarter of this year, driving unemployment to 21%. Against this background, as the ANC, we call on this government to intervene and save jobs, as Honourable Deputy Speaker. Considering that the retail sector in particular is one of the industries that is able to attract your low-skilled leveled workers. And also during peak times, this is one sector that has made exorbitant profits. And we are calling on the Department of Economic Development to work with the National Department of Trade and Industry to find mechanisms of a business rescue to be able to ensure that jobs are not lost. Furthermore, Pick n Pay is also known of being notorious because here in this province, it extorted, working with the Department of Economic Development, almost 20 million of state funds into some scam.
Please conclude, Member.
Pick n Pay stores. And therefore, we call on safeguarding the jobs, safeguarding livelihood so that we stabilize.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Honourable Member, I recognize the DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to acknowledge the success of the Nampo Cape 2025 Agricultural Expo hosted in Bredasdorp. Over 49,000 visitors attended the four-day event, underscoring the importance of agriculture to our economy, our food security, and our communities. The theme for this year's expo, quote, smart technology for efficient resource management, close quote, highlighted the role of innovation in ensuring that agriculture continues to grow sustainably. Farmers, investors, and industry leaders showcased modern solutions that not only enhance productivity, but also protect the natural resources. The Overberg district, often referred to as South Africa's breadbasket, demonstrated why it remains at the center of national food production. Visitors enjoyed a wide range of activities from livestock show and equipment demonstration to interactive workshops and exhibitions. What made this year especially notable was the ease of access. Thousands, including Deputy President of the ANC, could travel to the event without having to dodge potholes. A credit to the Western Cape's commitment to safe and reliable road infrastructure. The Western Cape works. Honorable Deputy Speaker, events such as Nampo Cape do more than celebrate agriculture. They bring together communities, attract investment, and showcase the resilience of our farmers. The partnerships and ideas formed during these 4 days will strengthen the agricultural economy, create opportunities for rural communities, and ensure that the Overberg continues to feed the nation. I extend our thanks to all who made this event a resounding success. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognize the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus calls on all municipalities in the Western Cape to show an interest when the public participation process are run in their municipal jurisdiction, especially when provincial legislation that affects municipalities are open for public inputs, and when they are invited by the department or the provincial government committees. Last night, the DA Stellenbosch-led municipality did not arrive at the public participation process, despite being invited to the Land Use Planning Amendment Bill, which was open for public inputs. Not even a representative was present. Many local issues were raised at the public engagement meeting by the general public, which could have benefited the municipality in gaining insights into the frustration of the residents there. But alas, they decided not to take up the opportunity. Local government is government closest to the people. But last night it felt as if it was a government furthest from the people and the residents, the ordinary residents of Stellenbosch. The Freedom Front Plus believes in a government closest to the people and devolution of powers, so that government can be responsive to the needs of the electorate, not just in words, but also in actions. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognize Al Jama'a.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the Prophet ﷺ said, seek knowledge even if you have to learn from the Chinese. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Brunkes. I recognize the ACDP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, a hero has fallen. A voice for pro-marriage, a voice for pro-religious freedom, a voice promoting strong Christian family values, a voice promoting pro-life, and a voice that promoted Israel. The co-founder of Turning Point succumbed to a lunatic with a leftist agenda. The assassination of Charlie Kirk silences a voice that was raised against issues that would have gone unchallenged if he did not raise it. His death came in the prime of his life. The strategy of his assassination is that the world is left all the poorer by this cruel death.
Order, honorable members. You are shouting. Honorable Christians, please proceed.
Deputy Speaker, differences of opinion must be addressed through the discourse and dialogue of common purpose. Resultant understanding is achieved through the power of non-violence and a peaceful resolution. Deputy Speaker, they killed him, but he's greater than ever before. He is greater than ever before because his social media accounts has grown with 3.5 million followers. Since his death, fundraising efforts have amassed to more than $2.8 million. Long live the legacy of Charlie Kirk. I thank you.
I recognize the good party.
No statements, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the leader of the official opposition. You're rising on a point of order.
Yes. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I mean, I'm just astonished. The Honorable Christians praising a racist and somebody who supported genocide and who referred to people in this house as animals. Black people were considered animals by this man whom he's praising. But thank you, I announced it. You can deem me out of order now.
No,
I
that
just
is
wanted
not
to
a
say
point
that.
of order. I recognize the DA.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, addressing the plight of residents in informal settlements across the Western Cape is a serious concern and a top priority for the DA-led Western Cape government. We are committed to upgrading settlements, delivering services, and restoring dignity to the most vulnerable communities. But Speaker, this work is being deliberately undermined. Deputy Speaker, as long as the ANC controls key national financial portfolios, the Western Cape will never receive its fair share of funding. The ANC punishes this province for good governance. It starves our people of the resources that they deserve, merely to play politics like we can see now. Let's talk about facts. For the medium-term expenditure framework, the approximate allocations are as follows. 325 million for the 25-26 financial year. A staggering drop of 66% to equate to 109 million for the 26-27 financial year. Then another 65% decrease to 114 million rand for this 27-28 financial year. Speaker, even President Ramaphosa said, where the DA governs, we govern well. This is true. So why does the ANC not increase our allocation? The DA-led Western Cape government wants to restore the dignity to those residents in the province who currently reside in informal settlements. The DA always does more with less, but we can even do better if the ANC allocates enough finances to this province. We can improve the conditions for those still waiting for homes. This is what the DA governments look like, and it is what the DA government will fight for.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, in terms of Rule 154, subsection 6, I now give one or more members of the executive present an opportunity to respond to member statements for not more than 5 minutes collectively. The clock is on. Do I see any executive members? I see Minister Bradell.
Point of order, Speaker.
But maybe the Honourable...
Honourable Minister.
Yeah.
Honourable Marais.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I could not hear a word that the Minister was saying. Wondered if he could start from this beginning, please, Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable members, with your indulgence, we will restart the clock. I wouldn't want any member to miss out. It is under 30 seconds. Honourable Minister, if you're able to speak into the mic.
Yeah, sorry, the mic was off. Honourable Deputy Speaker, it's very simple. If there's any allegations of corruption or land claims and then the Honourable Stoffel must bring the proof. It's no use we do to take these very serious matters and use it for grandstanding. But she must listen to a president who then on the one side comments Stellenbosch out of one of the best run municipalities. Now the ANC must make up their mind. She's actually against the president. So maybe he's got different proof of something that's going on in Stellenbosch. So they must stop grandstanding and bring the proof, because definitely a president doesn't agree with her. Then also, Honourable Speaker, where the courts rule on public participation or the lack of public participation, the two court rulings is against the ANC government with the Khoisan bill, etc., etc. It was never against the DA. We believe in public participation. We understand you need to be better. And it's sad what has happened in Stellenbosch, and I will take it up with the Stellenbosch municipality. But I can tell you, my experience in local government, when you go to public meetings and there's nobody there, then normally it's a well-run municipality. When there's big problems, everybody will come out to come and complain. But the municipality must participate within these very important pieces of legislation, and I will take it up with them. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister.
I see the Honourable Mania.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members, Honourable Nkondlo, you cannot speak over to that side. Please continue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Charlie Kirk was not a person that everybody agreed with. In fact, he was a person who many people strongly disagreed with. But he was also a father to children who were present at his brutal assassination. And I think it's shameful for a member of this House to respond to his brutal assassination by calling out and saying good riddance. Surely in this House, there should be more respect, more empathy, and more humanity, especially for his surviving family. And this surely is not who we are in this House and in South Africa. Thank you.
Do I see any additional members of the executive? Honourable members, that concludes member statements. We will now proceed in terms of Honourable Lekker. Honourable Lekker. I know this time of the day we potentially need coffee, but honourable members, we must still maintain the decorum of the House. In terms of Rule 151, all notices of motion by members are required to be delivered to the Secretary for placing it on the order paper. These motions have been duly submitted and published on the order paper below the line. We now proceed in terms of Rule 150. I would like to inform members that that in terms of Standing Rule 150 pertaining to motions without notice, condolences and congratulatory were submitted to the Programming Authority prior to the plenary on the 16th of September 2025. Members are also reminded that motions without notice pertaining to congratulatory and condolences will not be allowed in this sitting that have not been processed by the Programming Authority. I have been informed, members, that in the Programming Authority meeting on the 16th of September 2025, political parties submitted the names of honourable members in the desired order of speaking and who had wished to move a motion without notice in this sitting of the House. I will therefore, just for noting purposes, read out the names of the members who have accordingly been submitted and approved. The following members' motions have been approved by the Programming Authorities as follows: the Honourable Constable, the Honourable Masipa, the Honourable Johnson, the Honourable Wessels, the Honourable Van Minnen, 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 the Honourable Nkwensu, the Honourable Nkwensu, the Honourable Stoffel, the Honourable Camphor, and the Honourable Barnes. I now put the motions duly submitted and approved by the Programming Authority to the House. Are there any objections to these motions being moved without notice? There's no objections. Agreed to. The motions will appear in the minutes of proceedings and in Hansard in each individual member's name as if the member had read it out aloud. I will now afford for members to move motions without notice as per Standing Rule 150 subsection 3D. This could include motions without notice that were not approved by the Programming Authority meeting. Members are reminded that the 30 minutes as per Standing Rule 150 will now start. I now recognize the Honourable Stevens.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I rise to move without notice that this House notes with grave concern the recent suspension of SASSA grants, which include pensions and disability benefits, leaving many of our vulnerable beneficiaries across Western Cape without their only source of income. Honourable Speaker, these grants are not luxuries. They are lifelines. The elderly people with disabilities and in impoverished families and entirely dependent on these funds for food, medication, and basic survival. Yet instead of receiving care and dignity, beneficiaries are now forced to camp outside SASSA offices overnight in desperation, hoping to be assisted the following day. Even more disturbing, disability beneficiaries have allegedly been informed that they will only be able to reapply after 3 months. This is not only unacceptable, it is inhuman to deny people living with disabilities their rightful support and to subject them to such indignity and uncertainty is a violation of their basic human rights. Therefore, Honourable Speaker, I move that this House expresses its outrage at the inhuman treatment of beneficiaries, calls on SASSA to urgently reinstate all suspended grants and demands immediate intervention to ensure that no vulnerable citizen in the Western Cape is left destitute because of bureaucratic failure and disregard for their well-being. I so moved. Thank you.
Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's no objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Honourable Syed.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I move without notice that this House welcomes the delivery of toilets to residents of the Freedom Park informal settlement in Greyton under the Theewaterskloof municipality, following the intervention of SANCO, the ANC in Council, and the ANC in this House last week. The House notes that residents of Freedom Park had long been denied access to basic sanitation by the DA-led Theewaterskloof municipality, forcing men, women, and children to relieve themselves in bushes in violation of their constitutional right to dignity. The House further notes that Freedom Park is situated on municipal-owned land, Earth 595, which had previously been approved by Council for the relocation of Madiba Park residents, but that the DA-led municipality had failed to implement this decision, leaving residents without security and basic services. The House commends the residents of Freedom Park for raising their voices sharply. This House resolves to call on the DA-led Theewaterskloof municipality to go further by providing clean water, more toilets, and ensuring the full implementation of the relocation plan to restore dignity to the residents of Freedom Park, while we await formal response of the South African Human Rights Commission following our complaint. I so move.
Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
There is an objection to the motion
There's
being
an
moved
objection
without
to the
notice.
motion. To the motion. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize again the Honourable Syed.
Thank you very much. I'm not surprised by that objection. Let me start. I move without notice, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that this House notes with concern the events that transpired in Tuesday's meeting of the Standing Committee on Education, where the ANC informed the chairperson, the Honourable Peter Johnson, in advance that 5 members of the public had indicated their wish to pose questions to make brief inputs on school safety, the subject matter before the committee. And the MEC agreed. The House notes further that despite this process being followed, the chairperson, a DA member of this legislature, denied the public the opportunity to participate, citing the standing rules, even though those rules do not explicitly prohibit public participation. By invoking Rule 82(4)(a), the chairperson confirmed that it is ultimately at the discretion of the chair whether to allow participation in non-public hearing meetings. The House also notes that this decision has been applied inconsistently across standing committees. For example, the chairperson of the Standing Committee on the Premier and Constitutional Matters, the Honourable Thomas Walters, had indicated that when members engage with him in advance regarding the participation of the public, such requests would be considered and accommodated. This demonstrates that other chairpersons, also DA members, have been willing to facilitate participation as they have done throughout the 6th administration, while others have taken the opposite approach. The House expresses concern that this inconsistency by DA chairpersons undermines fairness, transparency, and predictability in the conduct of parliamentary business and risks sending the message that public participation depends not on principle, but on the individual preference of the chairperson. The House further emphasizes that relying solely on the standing rules without due regard to the constitutional obligation in Section 118 to facilitate public involvement risks narrowing participation and stifling the voices of residents who seek to engage with this legislature. This House therefore calls on the Rules Committee to ensure that clear and consistent guidelines are developed and applied across all standing committees so that members of the public who follow due process are encouraged and enabled to participate, thereby strengthening accountability, accessibility, and democracy in the Western Cape Provincial Legislature. I so move.
Honourable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I rise on a point of order as this motion that was just read into the record is procedurally out of order. Rule 59 makes it clear that no member may impute improper motives or reflect upon the integrity of another member, except by way of a substantive motion. Rule 62 extends this protection to holders of office, including chairpersons of committees. What the honourable member has done is to single out DA chairpersons, accuse them of acting inconsistently, and therefore implying misconduct. This is not just a reflection on their integrity, but also their competence. If the ANC genuinely believes that the honourable member acted wrongly, the rules provide for a correct remedy. Because we are, after all, a parliament of rules and law and order. We're not a circus. I would encourage the honourable leader of the opposition, in his capacity as a senior member of the African National Congress, to follow those rules and put together a substantive motion, and also perhaps, Honourable Speaker, to engage through the Rules Committee, which is a mechanism set up by this House to discuss the rules of order that we all comply with. So, Honourable Speaker, I would ask you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, to not allow for a precedent to be set where honourable members abuse the motions process to make political statements that cast aspersions on the character of members of this House and holders of office. And I will ask that you rule the honourable member out of order in terms of Rule 59, as well as Rule 62. I so move.
Honourable members, honourable members, I've allowed the motion to be read. I had it in front of me. I've also listened to the Chief Whip now. I will apply my mind further and revert back to the House on this particular point of order. It will be vital for us to carve the way moving forward. We will now proceed. I've already ruled, Honourable Syed, on his point of order. But I've already ruled on that point of order. I recognize you.
That was not a point of order. That was a speech, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Syed. I recognize the Honourable Nkwensu. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's objections to the motion being moved. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize the Honourable Nkwensu.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I move without motion that the House employing amongst its lands knows that a municipality which is effectively managed cannot simultaneously have the highest rate of murders resulting from violent crimes and gang-related activities, and have over 950 squatter camps where residents lack access to safe drinking water and adequate sanitation. Further, this House acknowledges that these conditions reflect a chronic crisis of underdevelopment, disproportionately affecting the working class communities. I therefore move that this House urgently prioritize and adopt measures aimed at addressing the deep-rooted structural inequalities and underdevelopment in these areas in pursuit of genuine social and economic justice for all. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
There's an objection to the motion being moved without notice.
There's an objection that the motion be moved without notice. Therefore, the motion will be printed on the order paper below the line. I see the Honourable Syed.
Chair, I want to thank the Honourable Chief Whip of the majority party because he has now shown how you object to a motion, not by coming with a long speech. So thank you, and I hope he follows that line. Thank you very
That is not a point of order. Honourable members, we will swiftly proceed. I again recognize the Honourable Nkwensu.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes with appreciation the success of an integrated operation conducted by the Maitland Flying Squad at the Cape Town K9 unit in Brownsfarm on Friday, 12 September 2025, which led to the arrest of a 31-year-old suspect in possession of 2 AK-47 assault rifles and a 38 special revolver, ammunition, and a signal jammer. Further notes that in a separate intervention on Saturday, 13 September 2025, members of the Maitland Flying Squad seized large quantities of Mentrax tablets, crystal meth, cocaine, and cash from a resident in Summer Greens, resulting in the arrest of a 49-year-old female for drug dealing. Acknowledges that both matters are now before the courts. With the Directorate for Property Crime Investigation, Hawks, handling the firearm case, resolves that the House commends the South African Police Services for this decisive intervention as part of the ongoing fight against gang violence, organized crime, and the proliferation of illegal firearms and drugs in the Western Cape. I so move.
Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's no objection. Agreed to. I again note the Honorable Nkwensu.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Once again, I move without notice was the Chief Whip of the DA is not here, that the House notes and welcomes the landmark ruling of the Labour Court in Cape Town on 11 September 2025, which ordered the reinstatement of 23 members of the National Union of Mine Workers, the NUM, the Western Cape region, who had been unfairly dismissed by Baseline Civic Contractors, a company based in Cape Town. The House further notes that the court found the dismissal substantively unfair and ordered the company to reinstate the workers with 16 months back pay, marking an important victory for workers' rights and fair labor practice in the Western Cape. The House acknowledges the tireless efforts of the mighty NUM in defending its members and commends this judgment as a reaffirmation of the principle that employers must bear responsibility for actions that undermines the hard-won rights and livelihoods of the workers. The House therefore congratulates NUM and the affected workers of this significant victory, which strengthens the struggle for justice, dignity, and fairness in the workplace. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's no objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Honorable Barnes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I move without notice that the House notes the findings of the United Nations Commission of Inquiry, which concluded that Israel is responsible for committing genocide against people of Gaza. The House further notes that these findings highlight systematic killings of civilians, destruction of infrastructure, and deliberate creation of unlivable conditions for Palestinian people. The House expresses its solidarity with the people of Palestine in the struggle for freedom, dignity, and justice, and condemns in the strongest terms Israel's ongoing violations of international law and human rights. The House therefore calls on the international community, including the South African government, to intensify diplomatic, legal, and political action to hold Israel accountable and to support efforts to end genocide in Gaza. I so move, Deputy Speaker.
Members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper below the line. I again recognize the Honorable Barnes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I move without notice that the House knows the planned mass protest against the genocide in Gaza by the Al-Quds Foundation of South Africa, the Muslim Judicial Council and Palestinian Solidarity Campaign, in collaboration with civil society and faith-based organizations, to take place on Saturday, the 27th September 2025 at Mir Street Mosque in District 6 to the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. The House acknowledges South Africa's moral and legal responsibility, shaped by its own struggle against apartheid, to take decisive action against Israel's violation of international law, including calls for divestment, closure of Israeli embassy, and the indictment of apartheid bill. The House expresses solidarity with people of Palestine in their efforts for struggle, justice, and liberation, and commends the efforts of South African civil society for mobilizing one of the largest demonstrations for Palestine in the country's history. I so move, Deputy Speaker.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper below the line. I recognize the Honorable Stoffel.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Motion without notice. That the House knows with concern the proposed sale by the City of Cape Town of the public land, including the Camps Bay Library and agent parking, which has sparked strong opposition from the ratepayers and community groups. The House further notes that the city claims these properties are not required for basic municipal services and seeks to optimize them for retail and commercial development while promising to relocate the library nearby. The House expressed serious alarm at the lack of traffic, heritage, parking, and community impact assessment, and at the absence of a clearly defined alternative site for the library. The House therefore calls for the comprehensive, transparent planning process, including full public participation for proper heritage, traffic, and environmental studies, and for the City of Cape Town to preserve the character of the sensitive Camps Bay village by exploring alternative to selling of the public land. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper below the line. I again recognize the Honorable Stoffel.
On behalf of the African National Congress, motion without notice that the House notes that with deep concern that the DA-led Western Cape provincial government has threatened to place municipality under administration, the Knysna municipality under administration, in terms of Section 139(1)(c) of the Constitution, dissolving the elected council despite of the progress being made to stabilize the service delivery. The House further notes that this drastic decision comes after years governance instability, largely caused by the DA political interference, which left residents of Knysna facing chronic water shortages, sewage spills, waste management, failure, and environmental hazards. The House condemned the DA for using the plight of Knysna residents as a political tool rather than working with the legitimately elected representative to find sustainable solutions. The House expressed its solidarity with the people of Knysna who continue to suffer from the failure of the provincial government and calls on the national government to urgently intervene to protect service delivery, restore stability, and ensure that democracy and accountability are upheld in Knysna. So I so moved, Speaker. You can
Are
say
there
what
any
you want,
objections to the
MEC.
motion being moved without notice? There's an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper below the line. I recognize the Honorable Lecker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the House notes with grave concern the protest action by residents of Gate 7, 18th Avenue, and Olympic Informal Settlement in Cape Town, who blocked Four-Tracker Road and caused serious traffic disruption due to lack of water, sanitation, electricity, and other basic services. The House further notes that efforts by residents to engage with the city and ward councillor have thus far failed to produce any meaningful outcomes. That the House expresses its solidarity with the residents' right to dignity and decent living condition and calls on the City of Cape Town to urgently address the service delivery backlog in these communities. Further, that the House also urges the provincial government and relevant municipal departments to launch an immediate investigation into the failures of municipal service provision to Gate 7 and similar informal settlement, and to implement remedial measures to ensure these basic needs are met without any further delay. I so move.
Being moved without notice? There's no objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Honorable Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes with deep concern that since the 1st of April 2024 to date, a total of 54 incidents involving attacks on social workers have been reported. Further notes that despite facing threats to their safety, social workers have continued to demonstrate remarkable bravery, professionalism, and dedication by serving vulnerable and high-risk communities across the country.
acknowledges the vital role that social workers play as frontline service providers, ensuring that critical support services reach those most in need, expresses sincere gratitude and appreciation to all social workers who put their lives at risk in the line of duty, and calls on the Office of the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development to urgently consider classifying attacks on social workers as crimes against the state, given their essential role in upholding constitutional rights and social justice. I so move, Deputy Speaker.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's no objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Honorable Masipa.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that the House knows that September marks Tourism Month 2025, celebrated under the theme Tourism and Sustainable Transformation. Further notes that tourism is a key economic driver contributing billions of rands and sustaining hundreds of thousands of jobs while serving as the lifeblood of communities across our province, from rural homestay to city hotels. Recognizes that the Western Cape is blessed with extraordinary natural beauty, heritage sites, and cultural treasures that draw visitors from across the globe, and that protecting this for the future generation must remain a shared responsibility. Affirms that in celebrating Tourism Month, we also honor the resilience, creativity, and entrepreneurial spirit of our people, whose stories and traditions make the Western Cape a place of wonder, pride, and opportunity for all, and calls on the Minister of Tourism to act decisively against corruption, safeguard the 500 million rands in support of the sector, and ensure that the Tourism Board can continue driving growth free from political interference or sabotage. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's no objections. Agreed to. I see the Honorable Van Minen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes with grave concern the recent defunding of iconic cultural festivals and events, including the Cape Town International Jazz Festival, St. Westerfeest, and the Klein Karoo National Arts Festival, as well as cuts to funding for various sporting associations. Further notes the devastating impact these cuts will have on local economies, job opportunities, and the cultural fabric of our nation, particularly as communities continue to recover from the socio-economic effects of COVID-19. Condemns the action of the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, who has shown disregard for the values of his internationally renowned cultural events that foster pride, identity, cultural exchange, and employment opportunities for thousands of South Africans. Acknowledges with concern the National Minister's prioritization of political gain over cultural and social well-being, including the redirection of funds towards headline events that boost personal image rather than serving the needs of communities and the preservation of heritage, and calls on the National Minister to immediately reinstate funding for these critical arts, culture and sporting events, and to end this content creator style approach by governing by likes and comments, which undermines the sector's sustainability. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved?
There is an objection,
There's an
Speaker.
objection.
There's
The
an
motion will be
objection.
printed on the order paper below.
A right objection.
I now again recognize the Honorable Van Minen.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move without notice that this House notes with serious concern the ongoing violent confrontations linked to taxi association conflicts in areas including Mfuleni, Khayelitsha, Somerset West, and Hermanus. Further notes the presence of 13 high-crime police station hotspots across the province, such as Mitchell's Plain, Delft, Manenberg, and Atlantis, where communities continue to suffer under relentless crime and violence. Acknowledges the escalation of gang warfare driven by drug trade rivalries, leadership disputes, and cycles of retaliation, which place residents, particularly the youth, at grave risk. Notes that in response to these crises, the Democratic Alliance last week submitted a memorandum signed by all DA mayors in the Western Cape to the Ministers of Police and Justice. Calls on the House to support the urgent demands contained in that memorandum, namely that SAPS immediately table and implement a dedicated resourcing plan for the Western Cape, that municipalities have pioneered effective safety and criminal prevention models be granted the powers and resources necessary to expand their role in law enforcement processes, and affirms the need for a whole-of-society approach to restore safety, dignity, and justice in affected communities. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's no objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Honorable Boyson.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the DA, I move without notice that the House notes that September is recognized globally as Suicide Prevention Month, a time dedicated to raising awareness about mental health challenges and the devastating impact of suicide on individuals, families, and communities. Further notes that South Africa faces alarmingly high rates of suicide, particularly among young people, men, and those living in vulnerable and underserviced communities. Acknowledges the urgent need to reduce stigma around mental illness, expand access to quality mental health care, and promote early intervention and community-based support services. Commends the efforts of civil society organizations, health professionals, educators, and community leaders who work tirelessly to support mental wellness and provide hope to those in crisis, and calls on all spheres of government to strengthen suicide prevention strategies, increase mental health funding, and prioritize mental health education as a core part of building a more resilient and compassionate society. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's no objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I move without notice that the House welcomes the comments made by President Cyril Ramaphosa acknowledging the Auditor General's findings and often reports that municipalities that do best are not ANC-controlled municipalities, but are often DA-controlled municipality. That the House notes the President encouraged public representatives to go and see what the DA-led governments are doing, and further notes these comments reflect positively on the level of governance enjoyed by the majority of residents in the Western Cape, as 22 out of the 30 municipalities in the province are led by the Democratic Alliance, and further move that in line with the President's encouragement to share best practices, that the House debates examples of good governance in the Western Cape, and if the House so agrees, that such a debate be led by the Leader of the Opposition, who was present in the audience when the President made this comment. I so move.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Order.
Jack.
Order. Honourable members, can I, in terms of procedure, I need to table the motion to the House. Can I please do that? Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Government of Ikaka.
There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. Honourable Chief Whip, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I was looking at the clock. I'm not. I mean, we've already objected. But just on a point of order, I noticed, and you can consult your Hansard. I noticed that the Honourable Chief Whip went over the 30-minute allocation. So he did go a little bit over the time. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Chief Whip, I can rule on that. Order. I have been informed by the table staff that the Chief Whip started speaking at 29 minutes. So that was within the 30 minutes. The table staff have confirmed that. With that being said, that brings us to the end of motions without notice. We will now move on to the order of the day, and the Secretary will read the order of the day.
Consideration and finalization of Western Cape Monitoring and Support of Municipalities Amendment Bill.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Honourable Speaker, I table the Western Cape Monitoring and Support of Municipalities Amendment Bill. With that, I propose that we finalise the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As there are no list of speakers, I will now afford parties an opportunity to make a declaration for a maximum of 3 minutes each, if they so wish. I recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the African National Congress, we rise to declare our unequivocal and principled opposition to this can you
Order,
give me a chance,
members.
please? Can you give me a chance?
Order, members.
Yes. On the African National Congress rises to declare our unequivocal and principled opposition to this draconian amendment bill. This bill has nothing to do with support and everything to do with a blatant constitutional overreach. It is direct an assault on the local government spheres, a sovereign and independent tier of governments elected by the people. This legislature concentrates dictatorial powers in the office of the MEC, sanctioning political interference, dismantling corporate governance, and shamelessly violating the autonomy guaranteed by Section 151 of our Constitution. This bill seeks legitimacy, a pattern of behavior by the MEC that has already been condemned by the public protector, who found him guilty of improper interference and unlawful conduct. It is an attempt to reward misconduct, institutionalize abuse, setting a dangerous precedent for the entire nation. The widespread rejection of this bill speaks volume. During the April public hearings, scores of our people saw through this courage and rejected this bill for what it is, a tool designed to strip municipalities of their autonomy. Even municipalities led by the DA recognize this constitutional betrayal and oppose it. We must also condemn the stifling of this democracy in this legislature. The so-called public hearings were a sham, limited to only 3 locations, excluded vast regions of our province. This process was designed to avoid scrutiny. Given these grave injustices, the ANC rejects this bill in its entirety. We will not stand idle while this legislator is used to sabotage municipalities for narrow partisan gain. We are prepared to escalate this fight. We will report this unconstitutional power grab to the National Council of Provinces for urgent intervention. We will engage the Minister of Culture and National Treasury to halt this attack on cooperative governance, and we are prepared to pursue all legal opinions, including constitutional challenges.
Honourable Member, your time has expired. Please conclude.
This bill is an effort to our people of the Western Cape and the values of Constitution. The ANC rejected completely.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you, Speaker. The Patriotic Alliance support the principle of the monitoring and support of municipalities bill. However, we must raise serious concerns about some of the proposed amendments. Honourable Speaker, the very title of this bill promised support for municipalities, yet when one examines the amendments, the reality seems less about support and more about control. Instead of empowering municipalities to govern effectively, it risks stripping them of their autonomy and centralizing power in the hands of the province. If enacted in this way, the province could effectively walk into any municipality and take over operations under vague and undefined circumstances. This is not support. This is intrusion. It comes across more as an investigative tool than a supportive framework. The written comments from municipalities reinforce these concerns. Mossel Bay Municipality has highlighted that proactive monitoring must be justified in each case as it carries significant cost implications and reputational risk for municipalities. George Municipality has gone further, stating that the bill appears to facilitate investigation rather than genuine support. They argue that it compromises the municipality's ability to exercise its constitutional powers under Section 1514 and even circumvents Section 106 of the Municipal Systems Act. These concerns are not only valid, they are constitutional red flags. Ek net gou my tyd. Speaker, we must also be mindful of history. The Municipal Systems Act sets out 90 days time frames for an investigation to be concluded and a report to be tabled. Yet, we have seen processes in municipalities like Beaufort West, Theewaterskloof, and I can name others, dragged on for years, maybe even 5 years. During that time, multiple stakeholders are appointed, leading to fruitful and wasteful expenditure. And who pays the price? The taxpayer. These delays not only undermine accountability, but also render the process unlawful after 90 days. Honorable Speaker, the essence of this bill must be support. Municipalities must be strengthened, not weakened. They must be empowered to serve their communities, not left vulnerable to provincial overreach. Right now, these amendments tilt the balance in the wrong direction, away from corporate governance and towards provincial control. In conclusion, we call
Honourable
for
Member,
clarity.
your time has expired. Please conclude.
We call for clarity, accountability, and true support. We therefore reject for now this bill. Thank you,
Thank
Speaker.
you. I recognize the EFF. The Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus, I wish to state that every municipality, irrespective of which political party governs it, must be monitored, supported, and strengthened in order to meet its statutory obligation as stipulated under Chapter 7 of the National Constitution. Coalitions have become a standard feature of our municipalities, but currently in the Western Cape, they are all under a DA-led provincial government. Amending, and in this context, amending Section 6, subsection 2, paragraph A of the Act, allows for more discretion to be given to the DA provincial minister to selectively exercise his will when determining appropriate steps in cooperation with municipalities to develop their capacity or to address their incapacity. In our view, this amendment opens the door to potential political maneuvering for political expediency, and simply put, to allow for a situation in which the DA could sabotage and unstabilize cooperative governance at local level, especially as we approach the 2026 local government elections. This will possibly allow for a tit-for-tat situation spilling over to other provinces. The principle of equality in treatment is not observed, allowing this particular amendment. Prior to this amendment, the provincial minister was under a statutory obligation to do so, irrespective of which municipality is involved. Further to this, Speaker, the insertion of Section 4A requires the provincial minister to take certain factors into account if he has reason to believe that the record will be destroyed or concealed if not secured as a matter of priority. These factors mentioned includes the identity of a whistleblower, which is a matter of concern to the Freedom Front Plus. Why should a politically appointed provincial minister have access to such sensitive information? This, despite the current national outcry for greater protection given to whistleblowers, as echoed by the South African Human Rights Commission, following the findings of the Zondo Commission. Speaker, Section 106 of the Municipal Systems Act already sets a clear legislative guideline for MECs in instances of investigations and that has to be undertaken. While we support
Honourable
the
Member, your time
call-
has expired. Please conclude.
Thank you, Speaker. While we support the call for proactive measures to cater for early detection of corruption, we
Thank
do
you very
not
much,
support
Honourable
the
Member.
bill
Your
in
time
its
has
current
expired.
form
Thank you very
based on
much.
these factors. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Gainsu, is that a point of order?
Yes, Speaker.
What's your point of order?
As a member of the Police Oversight and Community Safety, I'm concerned that the person who's responsible for police oversight and community safety is sleeping in the house whilst this
That
province
is not a point of order.
is in crisis of violent crime.
This is not a
She's sleeping. She's sleeping.
order, members. That is
Yeah,
not a
there's a crisis of violent crime in the province.
Honourable Member. That is not a point of order. Please take your seat. Order. That is not a point of order, and that's I've ruled. Order. Thank you very much, honourable members. I now recognize Al Jamar.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we don't
Honourable
support this
members in
bill.
the House, there's a member on the floor.
Yes, I've stated, Speaker, that Al Jamaa, we don't support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the ACDP.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP supports the Western Cape Monitoring and Support Municipalities Amendment Bill for the following reasons. Speaker, what happened in Knysna must never happen again, because Knysna, the municipality of Knysna, failed to execute their constitutional responsibilities. If this bill was in place, that would have never happened in Knysna. That is a fact. We know that local government is a government closest to the people, closest to the people. So when people refer to government, they look at national, provincial, and local government, and they blame government as a whole. So, Speaker, the amendments will, amongst other, strengthen the role of the provincial government by monitoring municipal performance, and also there will be timeous intervention and support when municipalities are in difficulties. What is wrong about that? It will also ensure accountability and transparency. This bill, Speaker, is definitely a service delivery bill. People on the ground will have better services because of this monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize Good.
Thank you, Speaker. We have no declaration.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It is both an honour and a privilege to stand before you today to support the Western Cape Monitoring and Support of Municipalities Amendment Bill, a bill that in many ways reflects the very best of what we as policymakers and public servants should strive for: accountability, efficiency, and an unwavering commitment to improving the lives of the residents of the Western Cape. At its heart, it is a bill about strengthening the foundation for good governance across all municipalities of this great province. It is about ensuring that our local governments are not just functioning, but they are functioning at their absolute best. Good governance cannot exist in isolation. It cannot thrive if local authorities are left to navigate the complexities of administration, service delivery, and fiscal management alone. The truth is, municipalities, like every public institution, needs the support and oversight that enables them to perform their role to maximum effectiveness. The bill before us today recognizes this fact, and it puts in place a framework that ensures that municipalities have the tools, the guidance, and the support they need to succeed. We all know the challenges our local governments face, from budget constraints, capacity issues, to the intricate demands of service delivery that impacts the daily lives of our citizens. But let us also acknowledge the potential that exists within these municipalities, the potential to deliver better roads, better healthcare, better schools, and better communities. The bill is a commitment to unlocking that potential. As we look into the future, we must recognize that the very idea of governance is changing. It is no longer for government to simply be reactive, responding to crises as they arise. We need to be more proactive in our approach, one that identifies the challenges before they become insurmountable. This bill empowers us to do exactly that. Through monitoring, we can anticipate the issues and address them early. Through support, we can build up the capacity of municipalities, ensuring that they are not only equipped to deal with today's problems, but that they are ready for the challenges of tomorrow. Accountability is the bedrock of any democracy. It ensures that governments remain true to the promises that people make. Through this, the amendment bill, we create a system that demands transparency from every municipality, from every leader, from every department. We must strive to create a culture of excellence in every municipality in this province, a culture where public servants are held to the highest standards, where resources are used effectively, and where citizens can be assured that their taxes are being spent wisely. So, Speaker, let us pass this bill with confidence, with the knowledge that we are making a tangible difference in the lives of every citizen in the Western Cape. And in doing so, we are reaffirming our commitment to the highest ideals of public service. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Wessels. I now recognize the Minister.
Speaker, with that, I propose that we finalize the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the debate on the consideration of the principle of the bill. I have to announce that there are currently 33 honourable members present and entitled to vote, and the House is therefore quorate. Are there any objections to the approval of the principle and the finalisation of the bill? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill. The bill will be sent to the Premier for assent. Honourable members, that concludes the business for the day. The Secretary will now end the meeting and all members will be exited from the sitting. The House is adjourned.